Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us. I have my paralegal sitting over there, waiting, watching, plotting. Thank you for joining us as we continue our coverage of California versus Carlos Dominguez. We are in day 17, and we still have some more video to watch. For those that have been following the trial, you know that we are in the middle of 6.5 hours of interrogation video of the defendant, Mr. Dominguez. Super Ball's making her move. What do you say, kiddo? She slinks by, taking another position over there. Who's with us today? Shirley Roth, Sherry M. Good morning to you. Alice, therapist you know, saying hello. Missy Russell, Brett, hello to you. Deanna, good to see you. Kathy Davis, Ken Rosenberg, and Kathy, need to mow but too wet. That stings. Only fan, hello to you. Hello. Golden Girl, hello again. Hey, Newton, let's party. Yes, thank you guys for joining us over at our little pretrial prep for Lori Daybell. Starting next week, we're doing a little pre-trial prep in there. This morning we did some. We'll do again some tomorrow, and we'll do some on Friday. So let me come over here, and I think everybody kind of knows the deal by now. We're into day 17, and Carlos is the defendant. He stabbed and deleted David and Karim within a day, 2 days of each other. Then he stabbed Kimberlee, and she survived. So, what's the word today, Newton? Is it a party? I'm hoping that I don't have to go to the website today. I hope that it is streamed via the YouTube channel. That's just so much easier. But I have the other one open too. I have the website open too. So, all right. So briefly, yesterday we heard from Sergeant Muscardini. He brought in the video interview that we heard day 15, day 16, day 17. Let's see, who else do we hear from yesterday? Oh, Brian Chase, the managing director of digital forensics. Yeah, we heard from him. I thought that was pretty interesting. Let's see. He was basically talking about Carlos's cell phone and his MacBook Pro, how it related to the towers, how his view, his Googling knives on Amazon, talked about images being cached. So just because there were 500 images cached doesn't mean that Carlos actually looked at all 500. It's mustard weenie. Yes, mustard weenie. Let's see what else. That was kind of the gist of it, to be quite honest. We saw a lot of the interrogation. We saw probably, like 3 hours of video. And we're not done yet. I can't believe there's still more to go. Even though at the very, very end, it was Detective Ramos that said, let's see. Let's see. Oh, yeah, the very last thing he asked, are you sorry? And Carlos says no. And then Detective Ramos says, I didn't think you would be, but I was hoping you would be. Do you know what and then he asks him, do you know what remorse is? And Carlos says, yeah. Yeah, he asks him, are we going to find more people? No, you're under arrest. This is when they officially arrest him. You're under arrest for Murder, can you comprehend what that means? Carlos says no. You're under arrest for first degree. Do you know what that means? Carlos says no. It means it carries a sentence of life and death. You could be sentenced to death for this. Do you understand? He says yes. I saw the blood on your knife and I know it's going to come back to you. Detective Ramos asks, are there more? Carlos says no. How many more did you stab? Carlos, it's like this cycle. It keeps going around and round and round. And he says, I didn't stab anyone. We're going to have pictures. We're going to swab. We're going to take your clothes and we're going to take you to jail. Do you understand that? Carlos says, yeah. Do you care? Carlos says, yeah. And then and then he says something about bothers me. And then what part of that bothers you? He mumbles. I didn't catch what he mumbled something. And then Detective Ramos said, like what? And then he says and then kind of mumbles something. Didn't hear that either. And then this is where he asks him, are you sorry? And he says, no. I didn't think you would be, but I was hoping you would be. Now, I wonder if does he know that Detective Ramos, we all know that where he's asking, hey, are you sorry that you did all of this? I don't know. I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know what Carlos is thinking. Deanna, you're going to be cleaning and reorganizing your closet today. Good grief. Why on earth would you put yourself through that? That is something that I would not want to do. But kudos to you for having that gumption. Let's see. Just rearranging some stuff here. All right. Is everybody well rested? Newton, how are you doing? How's the courtroom? What's going on in the courtroom? Anything exciting happening in the courtroom? I've got our 1-year anniversary stream finalized. So I've got some good fun people going to join us. Nick Starro, Sneaky Side, Joe Schmo, Broken Baker, True Crime Addict, Florida PI Sam, Trial Junkies United, Recovery Addict, Therapist and Dr. Rachel. And I have one surprise guest that has said yes, but we'll see. It's going to be a game time decision whether or not they show up. So I'm not going to tell you who that is. So, but yeah, it's going to be fun. Looking forward to celebrating our 1-year anniversary with you guys. So tell all your friends, family, and neighbors. Come and join us this Saturday starting at noon Eastern. Ken, you've already started pre-gaming? Yeah, very cool. Bring your questions. Bring your questions for everybody. There'll be some fun things that will be revealed. Some new projects. That's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. You're cleaning out your closet if you know you know. Hey, Northwest, thank you for joining us. Ken's doing shots of espressos. Gordon, mystery guest, wrong answers only. Yes. Well, they have said yes. They have said yes. But it's also Barney? No, not Barney. I don't want to say for sure because, it's going to be a game time decision. But I think if this person does show up, you guys will be very, very, very happy and excited to see them. Mr. Ed. That would be funny, but no. Was that a horse is a horse, of course? Something like that? So we are waiting for the feed to kick in. Let's see here. Boy, I wish I had, Deanna, I wish I had that amount of energy. I do not. We're just waiting for the feed to kick in. Wonder how many more witnesses can the defense still call? We heard from one doctor who diagnosed Carlos, and then we heard from two healthcare workers, clinical. Let's see. Licensed clinical social workers. You don't have the energy, so you do a little bit, take a break. The trick is to have a huge mess and then you have to clean it up. Deanna, that's really funny. That's one way. I guess that's one way to do it. Yes, OnlyFan hump day is Wednesday. There's that, is it Famous commercial? Mike. What day is today? It's hump day. I think that's Geico. Is that a Geico commercial? On Wednesday, you are over the hump, and it's all downhill till the weekend, Northwest says. That's one way and a good way to describe it. Make a mess to clean a mess. That's It's funny. I am the exact opposite. I try not to make a mess so I don't have to clean a mess. But you're right. If you do make a mess, you definitely have to. Really, Ken? You forgot about the commercial? Yeah. Mike. What day is today? Yep, Geico. All right, come on. Come on, YouTube. Don't make me go to their website. Oh no, don't even tell me. Huh. All right, looks like it's up, but it's not on the YouTube channel just like yesterday. It comes in later. So let me go here. Wow, the audio is terrible. Oh, man. It's going to be one of those days, I can tell right now. Well, let's do the best we can, you guys. This is not boding well. All right.
So we can see them in their context. Do you have a video you want to play from childhood?
Well, I can answer the court's question in two parts. On the first issue regarding his age of 16 and a half, that's primarily the people's objection, as it comes well in advance, and also is cumulative given the testimony we've had and the photographs we've seen of him prior to exhibiting symptoms of schizophrenia. That would be the first basis of our objection. In response to the court's question as to whether we have another video that we could show, there are videos of him from his YouTube station engaging in conduct that is different than what the defense is showing. There's conduct of him engaging in more violent pranks with friends and other people, including hitting them with keyboards when they're unsuspecting. And so that could go to counter this.
What's your view of that, Mr. Hutchinson?
This is being offered to prove his manner of movement, his emotional effect, how he interacts with other people, that he's smiling, that he's laughing. If they have a video that shows him engaging in flat effect, no emotion, that would be one thing. But this is not character evidence. I'm not saying there's nothing about whether he has a propensity for violence or anything. So I don't see how showing him hit someone over the head with a keyboard rebuts the purpose that this evidence is being offered for. If they have videos, which I do not believe they do, of him with no emotion, walking like a zombie, not smiling, in high school, that would be one thing. But I don't think just trying to show a YouTube video of him in a negative light is relevant rebuttal. I mean, I'm seeking to show one. I have the video of him and his sister eating the disgusting foods. I'm not seeking to play that. It's very entertaining, but I'm not seeking that. This is a 2-minute and 20-second clip.
I'm going to allow you to play your video, and I'm going to reserve. Show me whatever video you want, and I'll consider that for your rebuttal case. I do think this would be an area of rebuttal because it was unclear to me that the defense would be showing videos when I said they couldn't show anything under the age of 18. So this would be the type of issue where I would exercise my discretion and allow the prosecution, if I found it to be relevant. But I'll have to see the video and what you want. you may rethink it and decide it's not that big a deal. But anyway, I need to move on, and I'm reserving on the people. I'm granting the defense request to play that video. I've noted it's not ideal. I wish it were more close in time, but you know, we don't have a video that is, and so we're going to use the video that we have, and the jury will be able to evaluate the merit of it given the youth of the defendant. So it's less relevant because he's 16 and a half, and they can weigh that. Okay, that's it. Those are all the issues we have. Let's do a traditional rise, and let's get the jury. Thank you, folks. Off the record. Okay, let's go on the record in the people of the state of California versus Carlos Dominguez, case CR 2023-1391. And we have prosecutors Demora and Vanderhook, defense attorney Hutchinson, and we have Carlos Dominguez present. 17 members of our jury present. Good morning to everybody. Thank you for being here. And thank you for your patience. I had some issues that we were finishing up with the lawyers, so we were running a few minutes late. And we are in the defense case in chief, the evidentiary phase of this trial, and I will turn to Mr. Hutchinson. And do you have a witness? Are you ready to play the video? Is that what you're going to do?
I am.
And so the parties have stipulated that Sergeant Muscardini was not needed for the end of this. He will return to answer questions. That's my understanding, Mr. DeMar?
Yes.
Okay, outstanding. All right, let's go ahead and get started. This is Exhibit DD, and as I recall, there was 80 minutes left.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to begin at 11:42 and 31.
Take remorse for these three things. The two lives you took and the one you tried to take. What? I'm not sure. You just think it's because they're homeless or you felt that they were? Is that why? No.
All right, it was skipping. I'm going to back up a couple minutes and start over. I apologize.
Okay. Do you know why I was skipping? It looks like you got your two screens.
I don't know why, but I'm just going to
Okay.
back up a little bit. I'm going to begin 11:42 in 12 seconds.
Okay, let's see if this works.
Sure.
honest with yourself? Are you sorry?
No.
And I think you would be, but I was hoping that you would. You understand what remorse means?
Yeah.
Do you have any remorse for these three things? The two lives you took and the one you tried to take. Why?
I'm not sure.
You just think it's because they're homeless or you felt like they were? Is that why?
No.
We didn't stop you tonight. Were you going to do it again tonight?
No.
Were you going to do it again?
No.
Did it make you scared when you almost got caught?
No.
Why? Did you want to get caught?
No.
Did you want to hear it? What about that, when that guy was yelling at you in the park? Did that scare you?
No.
Let me ask you this, when you left and you went across that bridge, look at me. Do you know what I'm talking about? When you left and you ran right across the bridge?
Yeah.
Okay. That night, did you go back across the bridge later?
No.
If you went across the bridge, where did you go after that?
I didn't go. I just went to like the usual walk and I went back.
You know, you're doing that thing again, backing up. You just told me you went across the bridge. When you went across the bridge, that night that guy confronted you, yelled at you. Did you go left or did you go right?
I'm not sure.
Where did you go after that? How did you get home that night? Where did you go home that night?
No, I didn't go anyway. Like I just went back and then I just walked to my place.
Take a bike didn't belong to you? Then leave it somewhere?
No.
Still be worried about your DNA on it? Does it belong to you?
No.
We talked about DNA, remember?
Yeah.
Skin cells, blood, fingerprints, all that kind of stuff.
Is there anybody who wants to call for you?
Have you killed anything other than a person before?
No.
Like an animal or anything like that?
No.
Have you wanted to?
No.
How are you feeling right now?
Good.
You feel relieved?
No.
You still don't feel sorry? Is this the guy that apologizes? Is that normal for you or something you do?
Yeah.
You apologize when you're wrong. Usually.
Yeah, I think,
You apologize when you hurt somebody, whether on purpose or accident.
I'll apologize, like, when like, I hurt someone, or, you know, like I hurt their feelings or something.
So you apologize if you hurt somebody's feelings, but you want to apologize for killing somebody, for taking a life. Don't feel remorse. You're not sorry about it. If you were me, or you were one of us, and the roles were reversed, what would you do?
Like, I was like talking to them, when I was like questioning someone. Where,
Yeah, well, look at it.
what was I about that?
Okay. What do you think we should do with you?
What should happen to you?
I'll say, actually, like think about like what you're doing, and
Do you think you should go free?
yeah,
Even though you killed two people?
no,
So you don't think you should go free?
no, yeah,
Well, I'm sorry. What did you say?
I think I should.
Why is that? Because you don't think killing two people is wrong? Do you think it's right or wrong that you killed these two people?
I think it's wrong.
You think it's wrong that you killed these two people?
Yeah,
Do you think it's wrong that you hurt this person?
yeah,
Do you think it's right that you killed these two people? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
no,
Do you think it was the right thing to do to hurt this person?
no.
So then why did you kill two people and injure a third person?
I'm not sure. I didn't kill anyone.
Look at this. How does that make you feel?
Like that, when like,
What do you think should happen to the person that did that?
Think a lot of things.
Like what?
I'm not sure. Like,
How many times did you stab that guy? Before you told me a lot. Somewhere between 1 and 40. How many times did you stab this guy?
I'm not sure. I didn't start.
So we're still playing that game? If we're gonna play that game, then you wasted our time. Okay, yeah, that's fine. You can sit here for a little bit until we're done. How long have you had that sweatshirt?
It's been a while.
Where did you get it from?
Store. But,
You buy it, you buy it for you.
no, I got it.
Is it here now or somewhere else?
No, it was somewhere else.
You open?
No, I think it was, it looks like more like an outlet over there.
Was that an outlet?
Yeah. But,
Hey, James. Are you guys ready for our meeting? We're totally ready. All right. Good. Cool. You've got to do something on it for just use that for the process. So you can go down there. That comes on and then hello, sir, right there is fine. My name is Alex Horn. I'm just going to accomplish a couple things today. Not really big deal. The first one is called buccal swab. I'll simply take a sample of the left interior cheek and then the right interior cheek. Do you understand? Excellent. Thank you so much, sir. And I explained to them in the first part. Perfect. Explained what that meant about the pictures, about his clothes, about the swabs, about his hands, and perfect. All that stuff. Perfect understanding. We will begin interior left. I'm just going to move this around for about 20 seconds. So my knee. Thank you. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Left. That's up. First one. Thank you. And then I just need the second T-tip. Appreciate you. Here you're right. Thank you. I'll be right back there with you, sir. Actually, it'd be easier, sir, if you could use that seat right there and place your arm right over here. That way you're comfortable. Okay, now this is going to be your right hand. If you could turn slightly your chair, just lay your hand right here. And bear with me. For these, I'm going to go slow. I'm going to start with your thumb. You place your thumb just in there for me. Thank you. A little bit higher. There we are. Just like that. What she said? Good. Have to do change your voice. I'll be right there. Fingers to this here. Thank you. Now let me switch out gloves. I'll be right back. All the west. And then your left hand, sir. Thank you. All right, we'll do the right hand again. This is going to be a quick clipping of the right thumb. That's right there, point. Thank you very much. Good. And then just click that. Well.
Do you want to go down? Yeah, good. Let's go there. two right here. And just look straight for me, okay? You turn it to your side. Left side. There you go. Okay. Go ahead, turn around, hit the wall. Okay. Go ahead and face. Turn to your right. A little bit. There you go. Getting undertaking. Do you mind? Can you part your hair? There you go. There you go. Go ahead and do that same turn to your left, or your right side. There you go. Alright, okay, see the wall. Yeah, to your right. Okay, you get it.
So the scale for any photos of injuries on this canvas that you want to take.
Alright, we can do that on these.
Got it.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Hello, sir. I'll be collecting your sweater. Could you go ahead and sit down for me? Thanks. There we go. I'll hold this for you. And I'll hold that for you. Thank you very much. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you can take a seat while we're coming back and forth.
whatever they need, whatever they need, but. What about a chair? No? He's already on a chair. Next item of clothing will be your shirt. Please, may I borrow that? Thank you, sir.
I think it's the plan for tomorrow.
They're not saying like it'd be right. I have my name.
Alright, so you're gonna step up on your letter again?
Well, I need to order them a lot. Yeah, like, maybe. Yeah.
Go ahead and turn to your left. Alright, go ahead and face the wall. Can you lift your hair from the back? Yep, there you go. Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead and turn your right hand. Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and Sitting here on the, what? He was, you just made a new piece. Oh, I like you, man. Back to the mid-mount business. Yeah, keep on. Keep on. Hold your hand up slightly, just like that. Can you go ahead and put your hands? I'm going to take pictures of each individual form, okay? So can you put that one down? And then just go ahead and put that one up, sir. There you go. Go ahead and stand up for me. I'm alright, I make you turn around all the time.
My understanding is we have about 14 minutes left of this exhibit. 18 minutes left of this exhibit. Okay, thank you for that update. All right, we are going to take our mid-morning break. It'll be a 15-minute break. The jury's admonished not to discuss, not to form any opinions, not to research. And again, we have 18 minutes of this video to finish off. Then we have witnesses the rest of the day. All right, enjoy your break. Thank you. Thank you, counsel. Off guard.
All right. Let me get to our recap here of the morning session. They went a little bit longer, right? Do they usually go that long? Started at 12:30, 1:30 now? Yeah, I guess so. All right, so we missed a little bit at the beginning, but Newton said that Carlos will take the stand. So maybe in the penalty or the phase 2. Then before trial actually started, we came in. They were saying a video of Carlos at a young age. That's different than what the defense is showing. This was the state talking. The state saying it's more violent. It's like him hitting people with a keyboard. And then the defense weighed in saying Carlos is smiling and laughing. If they have a video of Carlos with flat effect, I don't see how showing him hitting someone over the head with a keyboard is relevant. We're not seeking to show him eating the disgusting food. And I kind of missed the beginning, so I don't quite know how this all fits in. I'm just going with what they were saying. The judge ultimately said that's an area for rebuttal for the state, and he's granting the defense the right to play that video. So I guess we're going to see a video of Carlos eating the food. I was kind of hoping we could find that. I did a quick search on YouTube and I couldn't find it. So, but apparently we're going to see that because his sister talked about that. I was really interested. Oh, can't hear me? Can't hear me? Can you guys hear me? Couldn't find it. So apparently we're going to... All right. I can hear myself. Double check your settings there because I can hear me over here. Okay, yeah, I think we're okay. JWD, just check your settings there. And thank you, Fala. Deanna, okay. That's what Newton said. Yeah, Drunky Newton said that. So, all right. Okay, thanks, guys. So, okay, so then once the let me see. So once the party did start, once the jury did come in, the party stipulated that Detective Muscardini was not needed. I heard 8 minutes left in the video, but of course that was an hour and a half ago. So maybe he said an hour and 8 minutes. I don't know. So it comes back in, and they're talking to Carlos in the video. Is this because they were homeless? And he says no. Did you talk about going across the bridge? He says, I'm not sure. What did you do after that? Did you go home after that? He said, no, I didn't. I went back, and then I just kind of rambling on and on. Did you take the bike somewhere? He says, no. Did it belong to you? He said, no. And then we talked about DNA. Remember? He says, yeah. Have you ever deleted someone other than a person before? He says, no, like an animal. He says, no. Have you wanted to? He said, no. So I'll give him kudos for that, because if he hurt animals, and that's not good, because that's like the sign of a serial killer. He was asked, how are you feeling right now? And he says, good. What do you think we should do with you? What should happen to you? He says, I'd say to think about what you're doing, and so again, he's just not being very coherent. Do you think you should go free? He says, yeah. Even though you killed 2 people? He says, no. You don't think you should go free? He says, no, yeah. You don't think deleting 2 people is right or wrong? He says it's wrong. So he knows it's wrong. Do you think it's wrong you hurt this person? He said, yeah. Do you think it was the right thing to do? He says, no. Do you think it was the right thing to hurt this person? He says, no. Why did you do it? He says, I'm not sure I killed anyone. What do you think should happen to a person that did that? He says, I think a lot of things. Like what? He says, I'm not sure. How many times did you stab that guy? He says, detectives leave. Detective Alex Torres comes in. He's the guy that was all like, yes, with the glasses, the gray hair. I really liked him. He was fun. He's the one, he was doing the swab. So he comes in, he does the swab, he does the cheeks, the hands. And then I have notes, like this is weird, like we're all talking about it. Carlos is just, like he just stands there. He's just standing there motionless. Like, I don't know many people that can just stand there motionless under any circumstance, especially this circumstance. Like he just stands there, arms down, right? And he just stands there, just looking forward. He's not like looking around. He's not, he's not doing this. He's not, talking to himself. He's just literally standing there as if he is catatonic. There's just nothing inside of him. Then he does the same thing where he sits. They do his left hand, right hand, and then he just sits there with his hands on the seat, or I'm sorry, on the table, like he's just not interacting with anything. Then they take hair samples, and he doesn't move. Right? A lot of you pointed that out. Doesn't flinch. Let me write that down. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't, he doesn't like just involuntarily. I mean, he's just literally as if he's just like dead inside. Catatonic, right? Or if you're disassociating, yeah. He's photographed then, so I have pictures of this photograph. Let me see here. Let's see here. I didn't realize we were going to see this, but here I've got pictures of. So this obviously he's got We haven't seen this yet. I guess we'll see this soon. This is with his that's with his running pants off. But yeah, he was 108 pounds June 26th. Now, he had not eaten a lot during that time, so he may be like 120, maybe. I mean, he's like 120 pounds, like wet. Right? I don't know how tall he is, so let me see if I can find out how tall he is. Here, hold on. I have his weight thingy here. Let's see if we can see. Okay, this was when he was in. This is, I think that says June 26th. So is there a height? Yeah, they don't have his height. They just have his weight. See his weight there? June 26th. I'm pretty sure that says June 26th. He's 108 pounds. And then June 24th, he was 112 pounds. Okay, so he's losing weight. So he was probably like 120-ish, I'm thinking. Right? 120 to 130. That's what I'm going to go with. So in this shot, I'm going to go with these like 120, 125, something like that. So. Yeah, he couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper. He couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag. Yeah. Jamie says he looks about 5'9". I don't know. We're not sure. We're trying to find out how tall he was. You would think there'd be a mugshot of him with his height, but I guess this. Hold on. I guess this constitutes his mugshot. I guess that's his mugshot. Or maybe that's his mugshot there. Yeah. Hey, Kate, how are you? Good to see you. Drunk, you hate it when you weigh more than a defendant. Well, I think in this case, it's probably not a hard thing to weigh more. Like somebody who's like 12 or 13 weighs like, right, 100 pounds. I mean, I don't know. I don't have kids. So how much should kids weigh, normal kids weigh? Normal weight for, let's see, 13-year-old. 13-year-old boy. Normal weight for a 13-year-old boy. 54 to 102 pounds. If you're 60 to 69 inches, you're 66 to 130 pounds. So, all right, maybe like a 15-year-old? 15-year-old? Should weigh about 120. Yeah, he weighs more. He weighs less than a 15-year-old. Because they should weigh about 123 pounds. So I'm thinking he's probably. I mean, I'm only guessing. I don't know. I'm guessing that he looks rather skinny here, as you guys are all seeing. So, and I know for a fact he was 112 pounds on the 24th of May. So you back that up. This was June. So this is May 4th, I think. May 3rd, he was arrested. May 4th? May 3rd, I think. So he did lose weight because he was not eating while he was in jail. So he probably lost another 10, 15 pounds, 20 pounds. So that's why I'm guessing he's probably 125, 130 maybe, something like that. You think your cats weigh more? Right. Let's see. German Shepherd mix is huskier. Oh, German mix husky is heavier than him. Yeah, and there's definitely something. He's not normal. He's not right in the head. Something's going on. Whatever you want to say, whatever you want to call it. You know, his weight loss and abandonment of personal grooming is a big thing. Let's see, Jamie. I just can't figure out how he was. I just can't figure out how he was about to take down Karim without getting injured himself. Yeah, and if he was like, even if he was like 130, I mean, Karim seemed like he was probably 160, right? 150, 160. Karim's, he doesn't seem like he was a skinny dude either, and he's on a bike riding, so it's like he's not just walking, he's moving, he's mobile, he's moving. So how do you bring somebody down on a bike and then just go full on Chucky on him, Hey, Lily Wayne. Good to see you coming in for the recap. Missy says your brother was about 112 when he graduated high school, but he didn't look like that. Ruby, you were 115. Yeah, I don't think he's more than 125, 130 there. And he's probably like 5'9", I'd say, 5'8", 5'9", something like that. Let me see if I can, let's see. How tall is Carlos Dominguez? Oh, he's a catcher. Let me put in Realis. Let me see if this has anything here. I wish they had said how tall he was. Like, that would have been good for the defense when they were talking with the mental health workers and the psychiatrist and the... I wish they had said... And they may have said he came in and he was such and such weight, but I did not catch that. Nor do they have it on... This is not a very good... Here, check this out again. I'm going to question the people that were taking this, because you see all those dates, right? 26th. I don't see a height at all. I see a weight on the 24th, nothing on the 25th, 26th, nothing on the 27th. Well, they're saying refused VS check. What is that? What's a VS check? Oh yeah, good one, Deanna. What, Newton? How tall do you think he is? 5'10"ish, 5'9", 5'10", somewhere in that ballpark. So it has his temperature, has his blood pressure, but they don't have his height. They just have his weight, 108 pounds and 112 pounds. Right? Just his vital signs, respiratory, pulse, blood pressure, temperature. Yeah. Drunky says, Newton, get out a yardstick. We need you to go measure him. Yeah, I wish we would have had a how tall and how heavy he was when he came in. That would have been nice. Maybe who knows? Maybe we'll hear it. Maybe we'll hear it at some point. All right. Here, we'll go back to this. What is this? Instead of the only fan or the only window or the only light, what do we have there? The only wall strip. Newton, what are you focusing in on? What is that? If you're listening, what is that? It's the ceiling, I'm assuming. Let me ask him. The only wall strip. Looks like a sloped part of the ceiling. It's the only ceiling strip. He's probably getting snacks. That's what the screen froze on yesterday. I can't tell if that's like a fluorescent light or not. Inquiring minds, it's the only whatever I want to show. OnlyFan says. It's the only whatever I want to show. Missy says, I feel so special that Newton is one of us now. Oh, we have movement.
Okay, back on the record in case 23-1391 after our morning break. We're on Exhibit DB, and I was told we had 18 minutes left. Everyone's here that needs to be here. So, Mr. Hutchinson.
We have a Tyvek suit similar to what I'm wearing, which will be given you. May I have your hands, please? Thank you. Here. Want to stand up for me? That looks great. There you go. Okay, go ahead and face to your right. You want to face the wall? All right, go ahead, turn right. Let me know if you need a scale or anything. Yeah, go ahead and face me. So this is what we're going to do, okay? I'm going to have you take a seat. So good, you go ahead and extend the chair out this way to your right, towards you. There you go. Now go ahead and take a seat for me. Okay. Have you seat all the way this way. Now I'm going to have you kind of turn this way, almost like toward this knee. Just come out this way right here. There you go. You might get a little. I'm going to take it.
raise your underwear just a little bit. You don't have to take them off or anything, just underneath the strap. Just try to hike them up as much as you can so I can see your thighs. There you go. Go ahead and turn around for me. Keep going. Just do a full circle. Keep going, keep going. Can you raise them a little higher? Okay. All right, easy. Yeah, put this on. How you doing, man? Did any of this have any impact on you at all? Does this bring any reality to you?
Yeah.
Tell me what this means now, in your own words. Are you sorry? Got a little time to think about it.
Yeah.
You let us think about it. Are you sorry?
I don't think so.
Still not. Why is that? You just not care. You do. You devalue human life.
Yeah.
Yet you're not sorry. Help me understand that. How it's possible. How is that possible? How can you value human life, yet not be sorry for taking two innocent people? Do you think they deserve it back?
John?
John. You want to go to see who's transporting?
Yeah, the Burkett. Yeah, you can have them come back. Okay. Is there anything you want to say?
No.
Nothing else you want to say? You just want to express any sort of sorrow or remorse to your victims' families? What do you want me to tell them tomorrow when I call them? Let me reword that. What would you tell them tomorrow if you were me? This is your last chance to talk to me, man. This is it. We're done.
I don't know what I would say to them.
You don't know. What should I say to them?
That if I could call them, I would like to say something to them.
Well, that's not going to happen, but I can do a recording for you if you'd like, and I can give it to them. But I can't allow you to call them. I can't give you their phone number. So I can pass a message if you'd like.
No. Yeah, I want to know what to say.
What do you think should happen to you from here?
I'm not sure.
Absent letting you go, which isn't on the table. What would you like us to do with you? Well, the person in the tent, is anything you'd like her to know?
No.
Do you wish he died?
No.
Are you glad she lived?
Yeah.
Why?
Because she's alive.
But you tried to kill her.
I didn't.
Are we back here now, where you didn't do this?
No.
Earlier when talking, we got to the point where you're saying that when you stab that guy 40 times, the probability of them dying is pretty high. You said that you expect them to bleed to death. Right? You remember that part?
Yeah.
Why do you think the last person didn't die? The one that's 10?
I'm not sure.
How many times do you think you stabbed her compared to the other two?
I don't know. I didn't.
A lot or a little?
I didn't stab her.
No, we're back on that game. Alright, well, if we're gonna play that game, David, then I have nothing else for you. Is there anything else that you want to say?
I'm sure you go. Okay. Did you ever stand up? You didn't cooperate. Go ahead. What's your parents?
Good, got about that search for it.
Completed? Yes. Okay, all right, so that's Exhibit DD, and we have watched it in full. And we are in the defense case in chief. We're going to put the blinds up. And Mr. Hutchinson, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, the defense calls in Sonia Roacha.
Okay. Ms. Roacha, good morning to you. If you can stand at our lowered podium and take the oath from the clerk and then have a seat in the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony about to give in the cause documents of the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, please stand.
In our before direct examination, the parties approach for a quick sidebar after Ms. Roacha has stated her name.
All right.
State your first and last name for the record and spell the vote.
Sonia Roacha, SONYA ROCHA.
Okay, thank you. All right, Counsel Briefing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Feel free to stand up, Mr. Hutchinson.
Okay, so she made a statement in 2024. Who is this? Who is this? Okay, so his dad. Has to do with his dad. Sonia Roacha made a statement in 2024 in office. Yes. All right, so this has to do. This was all under direct. Okay, let's continue on. Let's find out what her deal is.
Counsel, and so Mr. Hutchinson, Ms. Roacha is your witness for direct.
Ms. Roacha, what do you do for a living?
I am an investigator with the Yolo County Public Defender's Office.
How long have you been an investigator with the Yolo County Public Defender's Office?
I began in March of '96, but then I left to start my own practice in January of 2005. And then
Stop you there. By your own practice, what do you mean?
I am a California licensed private investigator also.
How long were you in private practice as a private investigator?
I began in 2005 and I currently still am licensed.
At some point, did you return to work for a public defender's office again?
Yes, I did.
What public defender's office was that?
Solano County.
How long, when were you with the Solano County Public Defender's Office?
I began November of 2008.
And at some point, did you come back to Yolo County Public Defender's Office?
I did.
And what year was that?
That was in August of 2021.
And have you been with the Public Defender's Office in Yolo County since that time?
Yes.
Ms. Roacha, are you one of the two investigators assigned to the case of Carlos Dominguez?
I am.
Normally, are there two investigators assigned to a case?
No.
Why are there two investigators assigned to this case?
Due to the high profile of this case and the extensive workload in this case.
And who is the other investigator assigned to this case?
That would be our chief investigator, Shana Blye.
Okay, is Ms. Blye seated behind me?
Yes, she is.
Ms. Roacha, after Mr. Dominguez was arrested in May of 2023, did you have an opportunity to observe him at court proceedings?
Yes, I did.
How did you observe these court proceedings?
I was present in court, and if I wasn't able to be in court, I would view it via Zoom. Back then it was Zoom.
And does the Public Defender's Office have a case management system that records the dates of court appearances?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the courtrooms in which Mr. Dominguez appeared for his court appearances?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how he looked at these court appearances?
Yes.
Ma'am, I previously showed you during the break an exhibit marked Defense Exhibit LL.
Correct.
What does that exhibit depict?
Photographs of Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez at different court proceedings.
And are those accurate depictions of how he looked at those court proceedings based on your observations?
Yes.
Permission to publish on that?
Okay.
So, Ms. Roacha, I'm showing you Defense Exhibit LL. It's photo 1. Has a date of May 5th, 2023. Is that the correct date that this photo was taken?
Yes.
And what does this depict?
That is a photo of Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez when he was arraigned, and that was in Department 1.
Okay, by arraigned, is that his first court appearance?
Correct.
Who is the gentleman in the suit?
The one in the back or the one in the front?
The one wearing the black suit.
That would be you.
Is there anything separating Mr. Dominguez and myself in this photo?
Yes.
What is separating us?
A glass window.
Show me what's been marked. This is photo 2, Defense Exhibit LL. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay, and on what date did this court appearance take place?
That was on May 22nd of 23.
And is that how Mr. Dominguez looked on that date based on your observations?
Yes, it is.
Showing you photo 3. Ma'am, what does this depict?
That is also a photo of yourself and Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez on June 6th of 23 in one of the court proceedings.
And in the last 3 photos, he's been wearing some sort of green clothing. What is that?
That is a suicide smock.
Did Mr. Dominguez wear that to all his court appearances?
Yes, he did.
Showing you photo 4. Ma'am, do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And what does that depict?
That's a photograph of once again, Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez on July 24th of 23.
So, ma'am, I'd like you to assume that he was given a single dose of emergency psychotic medication on July 13th. Would this photo have been taken after that?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Reales Dominguez in court on July 24th?
Yes, I did.
Describe his demeanor, posture in court appearance.
He, exactly what it shows on the photograph, he had a flat affect. He would sit still. He wouldn't move. His posture was just very stiff, kind of like statue, just sat in one single place.
At some point, in January of 2024, did Mr. Reales Dominguez return from Atascadero State Hospital?
He did.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with him at all prior to him returning from the Atascadero State Hospital?
Not in person.
Okay, what opportunity did you have?
I had we had an interview via Zoom while he was at Atascadero State Hospital.
And what month was that, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Was it shortly before he returned?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked photo 5. Ma'am, what does this depict?
That is a photograph of yourself and Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez on January 5th when he returned from Atascadero.
Okay. Was his hair still long?
Yes.
But looking at his hair, did you notice anything different about it compared to the long hair he had previously?
Yes, it's well kept, it was clean, and he did not have it in his eyes.
Showing you what's been marked photo 6, defense exhibit L. What is defense exhibit LL? What does this depict?
That's a photograph of yourself and once again Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez on February 26th of 24. I believe this was also in Department 10, the beginning of his preliminary hearing.
How does he look different compared to when he first returned in January?
His hair is cut. He just is a little bit more, not as much as a flat affect as previously.
And finally showing you photo number 7. Is that taken from the same hearing?
Yes, it is.
And that shows Mr. Reales Dominguez's, what does it show?
It shows his posture. He's about to sit down now at counsel table.
Ms. Roacha, I'd like to direct your attention on to June 15th of 2023. On that date, did you have an opportunity to go to the Yolo County Jail and have contact with Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I did.
Now, in general, when an attorney meets with a client at the jail, does the attorney usually bring the investigators, or does the attorney go by him or herself?
Usually the attorney will go by him or herself.
And on this date, June 15th, did I ask both yourself and Ms. Blye to accompany me?
Yes, you did.
And what was the purpose of you and Ms. Blye accompanying me to visit Mr. Reales Dominguez?
We wanted to see if he responded more to a female versus a male.
And was there anything else we wanted to try?
Yeah, we wanted to see if maybe we were able to get more of a reaction, more interaction with Mr. Reales Dominguez by me speaking Spanish to him.
Are you fluent in Spanish?
I am.
Where did our meeting with Mr. Reales Dominguez take place?
At the Yolo County Jail,
Where in the jail?
in one of the interview rooms.
Was there anyone outside the interview room while we met with him?
Yes, there was one of the correctional officers.
And why was a correctional officer posted outside the door during the interview?
I am not sure.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Dominguez was still on suicide watch?
Yes, he was.
Describe, when you saw Mr. Dominguez, did you see him walk to the interview room?
Yes.
What did you notice about the way he walked?
He was very stiff, arms to the side, kind of like robotic.
What did you observe about him once he was inside the interview room?
When he came in the room, he did not make eye contact with us. He stood in the interview room, no movement until we asked him to go ahead and have a seat.
Once he sat down, what did you observe?
Same thing, he was very stiff, sat in one position, wouldn't move. His hair was covering his face. His lips were very, very dry, chapped, peeling.
Stop you there. What do you mean his lips were peeling?
They literally saw the skin peeling off of his lip.
Describe his communication. Was he responding verbally at all?
No.
Did he give some short responses?
He did when I spoke to him in Spanish, very minimal.
When you spoke to him in Spanish, how did he react?
He, once again, he just had a flat affect. He had no emotion. The only response he gave me was he just wanted him, which was you, to explain.
And was Ms. Blye at that interview as well?
Yes.
Ms. Roacha, yesterday, did you have the opportunity to weigh Mr. Dominguez?
I did.
Where did you weigh him?
I weighed him in the back, not inside the interview room, but on the outside.
And what did you use to weigh him?
Our office scale.
Is this just a bathroom scale that we have in the office?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do to determine whether that scale was accurate?
Well, I wanted to make sure it was calibrated properly so I can get a proper weight of Mr. Dominguez. We have a exercise room, a weight room in our office downstairs. So I grabbed a 5-pound weight, put it on the scale, and measured at 5 pounds. Then I did the same thing with the 10-pound weight, and it weighed in at 10 pounds.
And did you bring that scale to court?
I did.
What was Mr. Dominguez wearing when you weighed him?
He was wearing a suit jacket, a light blue button-up dress shirt, blue polka dot tie, some khaki pants, black dress shoes, a belt, and some brown socks.
Now, Ms. Roacha, you can assume that we heard evidence that in June of 2023, Mr. Dominguez got to a weight of 108 pounds. How much did he weigh when you weighed him yesterday?
He weighed 172.2.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That was direct. Mr. Demora, cross-examination.
Your Honor, may I have the exhibit marked next in order for the people?
Okay.
If we have one moment to confer with Counsel Love, Mark.
Okay.
And good morning, Investigator Roacha.
Good morning.
And I apologize, I'm sitting down because it'll take 35 business days for this podium to rise. So
That's fine.
I need no disrespect to you in doing that.
Not a problem.
Now, Ms. Roacha, in direct examination, you went through a series of photographs that you took of Mr. Dominguez when he was in court at various days in the last 2 years.
Actually, in the state's testimony, she didn't take them.
Okay.
Or, excuse me, you didn't take them, but you reviewed them.
I did review them.
Did you take the screenshots of the videos, or did you just were provided them and identified that as Mr. Dominguez?
I did not take the screenshots.
Now, when you were testifying, have you looked at a video of Mr. Dominguez in court on those particular days related to those specific photographs?
Video meaning like later recordings or watching personally on those days?
Either.
I never reviewed any video after, but I was either in court or watching it live.
And so on May 5th of 2023, were you present for Mr. Dominguez's arraignment?
No, I was not. Not personally in court.
But you did watch it?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you People 92. If I may approach her.
Okay.
I'll stipulate.
Thank you.
Foundation. Okay. No objection, you can publish.
Thank you. Thank you. Today's day, people have the technical difficulties, just as Mr. Christensen had them yesterday, so we swap roles.
It's all good. We'll get there.
Swapping computers.
Okay, just a moment. So we have Exhibit 92. It appears to the court that this is an 8-second video from the May 5th appearance. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Investigator Roacha, that would be, you recognize that as being the full video clip from one of those still shots that you testified to under examination?
Objection, this state's evidence is not a full clip.
Or to me, a video clip of one of those still shots?
Yes, when he was walking in the courtroom.
And so, on that, when you mentioned that Mr. Dominguez was walking into court and looking at that video clip, there have been times where you as an investigator have worked with individuals who had to be physically escorted in a court, correct?
Objection, outside scope.
Yeah, we're really not getting into the substance of these hearings. Just on direct, it was the appearance of the defendant.
Okay, well, let me rephrase. Mr. Dominguez, from your observations, always walked in the court under his own power, correct?
Object, outside scope.
On his own power, he was always escorted in.
Right, and when we say escorted, meaning he had deputies that were with him, correct?
Correct.
But they weren't holding him up, right?
No.
He was walking with his own two legs.
Correct.
He was never in a wheelchair or being moved by someone else.
Correct.
And every time that you either observed a court hearing or watched the video or were in court yourself, Mr. Dominguez always showed up to court, correct?
That is correct.
And you're familiar with the term cell extraction, correct?
Yes.
Objection, outside scope.
Sustained.
To your knowledge, at any point did Mr. Dominguez not come to court voluntarily?
Objection, outside scope.
Sustained.
When you come to court, based on your personal observations and reviewing videos as well, he would always sit at counsel table, correct?
Yes.
And when he'd leave the same way that he came in, under his own power, correct?
Yes.
Now, in that video clip, or at least in the May 5th, 2023 arraignment, Mr. Hutchinson asked about the glass window that was between Mr. Hutchinson and Mr. Dominguez. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Now, that glass window is part of Department 1, that courtroom, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so every defendant who is in custody will be on one side of the window and the attorney will be on the other side of the window, correct?
Yes.
So this wasn't anything unique to Mr. Dominguez, right?
Well, I don't know if it would be unique to him. I don't know if he's ever been arrested or in court before, but it's nothing new to Department 1.
Yeah, and that's more of my question is, he's not the first person to be on one side of the glass and defense counsel to be on the other side of the glass.
Correct.
Having been in Department 1 before, I think you've been in there on more than one occasion,
Yes, I have.
and you're aware that a lot of times sound does not travel well between that window and the parties talking, right?
Objection, outside scope.
We're focused on the physical appearance of the defendant at court hearings. That's the scope of direct examination, so the objection sustained.
Well, in People's 92, did it look like at times that Mr. Dominguez, did it look like there may have been difficulty in hearing what was going
Objection,
on?
outside scope. Speculation.
Sustained.
So focusing on his clothing, Mr. Hutchinson asked about the suicide smock. That's determined, what a defendant wears to court is determined by the jail, correct?
Objection, outside foundation.
Okay, don't guess. If you have some personal knowledge, you can answer.
I don't know.
That doesn't come from your office, public defender's office, right?
No.
And assume that jail staff, members of the jail, had testified that the suicide smock is based on jail policy. Assume that to be true. Mr. Dominguez's attire would have been normal given a particular defendant's circumstances. Is that fair to say? The jail will determine what they wear to court.
Well, I believe the jail will determine, but I don't think any circumstance in Mr. Reales Dominguez's case is normal.
Well, normal or not, you're aware that a jail can make the determination of whether someone is placed on suicide watch because of harm to themselves, unable to take care of themselves, or harm to other people.
Correct.
And seeing a defendant or someone who's been charged in a suicide smock, Mr. Dominguez wasn't the first defendant you have seen wear one of those, correct?
That's correct. He's not the first.
Now, on February 26, 2024, in the picture you testified about with when Mr. Dominguez's hair was cut, you don't know who cut his hair, correct?
That's correct. I don't.
You don't know why his hair was cut, correct?
No.
You don't know if that was the personal choice by Mr. Dominguez, right?
That's correct.
And you don't know if that was mandated in his return to Yolo County Jail, correct?
Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Ms. Roacha, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And to the jury, I have authorized both sides to have investigators sit in the courtroom. So she's free to sit in the courtroom, and the prosecution it has investigators too. Okay, all right. So with that, Mr. Hutchinson.
Sorry. Andrew Bournheft, Your Honor.
Okay, let's get the witness. Okay, sir, thank you. Come on into the podium here if you would stand right before me. I appreciate you being here today. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath, and after you take the oath, then I want you to take the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear testimony about to give in the cause not to be the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated. State the first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Andrew Bournheft, Andrew Bournheft.
Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Good morning, Mr. Bournheft.
Good morning.
So what do you do for a living?
I'm currently an investigator with the Yolo County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been an investigator with the Yolo County District Attorney's Office?
I've been an investigator there for just over a year right now.
Prior to having a position as an investigator, did you have a different position with the Yolo County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, I did.
And what position was that?
I was a crime and intelligence analyst.
When did you begin working as a crime and intelligence analyst for the Yolo County District Attorney's Office?
August of 2021.
So directing your attention to May 17th of 2023, were you asked by an investigator named Aaron Moe to locate a YouTube channel belonging to a Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to locate a YouTube channel that you determined belonged to Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
And did you download multiple videos from that YouTube channel?
Yes.
And so very briefly, what is YouTube?
YouTube, it's an online company where people can post videos to it.
And sir, prior to taking the stand, did I show you an exhibit marked the Defense Exhibit MM with a YouTube video on it?
Yes, you did.
And was that a 2-minute and 20-second clip of one of the videos you downloaded?
Yes, it was.
You recall, if you don't, you recall the specific title of that video clip?
I believe it was Meet My Friends or something very similar to that.
And did you watch the video in the interview room?
I watched the 2-minute, 20-second clip that you showed me in the interview room.
And is that an accurate depiction of the first 2 minutes and 20 seconds of the clip that you downloaded?
Yes, it is.
You've never met Mr. Dominguez or seen him in person before today?
I have not.
Okay, but based on what you saw in the video, does the person in the video appear to be Carlos Dominguez?
Yes, it does.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Okay, did you get the date of this video for me?
Were you able to determine the date the video was posted?
I don't recall determining the date it was posted.
Did it appear to be taken when he was in high school?
Yes, it did.
Did it appear to be taken at a high school?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm plugged in.
Alright, hello. So today we're in school. I want you guys to see all my friends, my brother Marwan, and in a little bit I'm gonna show you guys, Taylor and Oliver, those are the people I hang out with. But I'm just showing you a little bit of my life. But yeah, I go to Castle High School. Many of you guys don't know this, but yeah, Pedro, my other friend. So where is Oliver? Oh, here you have my brother Taylor. Where you going? Taylor. Alright. But yeah, he's oh, you better do this. He's a supportive one. Oliver's a shit talker. Y'all will see in a minute. I just have to find him. He talks shit all the time. Let's see. But he's hella soft. Don't worry about him. Like yeah, look. But yeah, this. Here you have Paul and Jassy. Say hello to my fans, my subscribers. Follow my YouTube account. But yeah, hold up. Where's Oliver? These are the people I hang out with. And I'm right there too. Here we have Mr. Bennett, best teacher. What's up? How y'all doing? I don't have his class, but I wish I did. I can get it. But y'all see where's Oliver? Yeah, let's see. Oh, that's the principal right there. Oh, y'all want to say hello? Yeah. Say hello to my YouTube channel. My YouTube. Yep. Oh, here we have Chris. Chris. Say hi to my. So I know what I'm gonna do this channel about. I'm gonna be doing gaming. I'm gonna do Fortnite and Call of Duty World at War. Please make sure to subscribe and like my videos. And I'm also gonna do challenges, 3 AM challenges, I'm trying to do stuff like that. So, my channel will be pretty lit. Make sure to subscribe and follow.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. So we completed the exhibit and then, all right. And then Mr. Demore, any questions for investigator Bournheft?
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Morning. Almost afternoon. Now, that wasn't, you went to Mr. Dominguez's YouTube station, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the clip that you saw was not the only video you downloaded from that page, correct?
Correct.
There were actually 129 videos that you downloaded.
That sounds about correct. I don't know the exact number right off.
Right, but more than
But there were a lot.
There were a lot. And so those were all videos that you downloaded and you preserved?
Yes.
And not all of the videos, I'm not going to get into the content of them, not all the videos were of that, what we just saw of Mr. Dominguez, correct?
No, they were not.
Various other content?
Yes.
You know the name Savage Family, do you know where that came from?
I do not.
No further questions?
Okay, anything on that, Mr. Hutchinson?
No.
All right, Investigator Bournheft, thank you for your testimony today and making time for us. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
And I have them subject to recall.
Subject to recall. Yes. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to take our midday break, and we have an afternoon of witnesses. So remember the three-part admonition: don't discuss, don't formulate opinions, and don't research. And we'll see you this afternoon. Thank you, folks. Off the record. All right, so I want to thank Florida PI Sam for joining us for the private investigator, Sonia Roacha. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I thought that would be a fun little thing for us to experience together. And Florida PI Sam will be joining us this Saturday for our 1-year anniversary stream. So we will be definitely having some good conversation there. So please join us for that. Oh, dang it. They always do this to me. Okay, do you expect Dr. Weiner will take the afternoon?
Based on cause, yes.
Okay, and his report, he's quite detailed.
Yes.
Right, okay, great. Any issues before we return?
The 2 videos that were requested are with the clerk for marking. I know the court wanted to review those, and so they're there.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, folks, I'll see you this afternoon. Thank you. Off the record.
Give me the video.
All right, hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Ah, no, that's not. Okay. Thought I had it there. Thought I had it there. Well, I put in welcome to the Savage family, and there's a lot of Savage family and Savage family, but can't find that particular, if that was indeed the name of it. All right. Oh, you're quite welcome, Florida PI Sam. I thought you'd get a kick out of that. And thank you for coming in. Appreciate you. All right, so let's go through what we saw today after our break. Let me see, what was it? Nope, it wasn't that. All right, so it's basically, okay, the video. We didn't finish the video. So they showed all the video this morning, and then after that break, he put some clothes on. Then detectives come back in and say, does this have an impact on you? Does this seem like reality? You know, now that he's been swabbed in the mouth, his hands, he's been photographed, he's taken his clothes off, he's, you know, basically booked, right? So they asked him, does this seem like reality? And Carlos says, yeah. Tell me in your own words. And Carlos just goes, are you starving? Then Detective Muscardino says, are you starving? You know? Carlos is like, no. And he's like, why is that? Do you just not care? Carlos says, yeah. Do you value human life? And Carlos says, yeah. Do you want to express sorrow or remorse to your victims' families? He's got to sneeze. Excuse me. He asked you, do you want to express sorrow or remorse to your victims' families? He doesn't say anything. What do you want me to tell them? What do you want to say to them? This is your last chance. After this, we're done. Carlos says, I don't know what I would say to them. And then he says that I would like to call them and say something to them. And Muscardino says, that's not going to happen. He says, I can do a recording and I can pass a message. And then, thank you, Father. And then he says, then Carlos says, no, then I wouldn't know what to say. Let's see. He's glad Kimberlee lived. And they ask him why. He says, because she's alive. But you tried to kill her. And he's like, no, I didn't. And then they're like, oh, are we back to that now? And he's like, no. How many times do you think you stabbed her compared to the other two? Carlos says, I don't know. A lot or a little? He says, I didn't stab her. And that pretty much ends it. So, nope. That is not a members only stream, Jamie. That is going to be for everybody. And it is going to be starting at noon our time. So whenever it's open for all. That is open for everybody. Let's see. So then we get to, we are at 6918, you guys. We're at 6,918. When we woke up this morning, we were like 6840 something, 46, 47. So whoever is sending us subscribers, thank you very much. I have no idea who is doing this, but thank you. We are, we're well over 6,900 right now. So that's a cool milestone. All right, so then we get to Sonia Roacha, who's an investigator, private eye with the Public Defender's Office. So August 21, she came to the PD office. Let's see, there were two people that were assigned to this case, and that's not normal because this is high profile and the workload. Yay, for the PI Sam, yes. Oh, we woke up, it was 6820, so we've gained 100 subscribers today. And I don't know why, but I'm very happy. Thank you. Whoever is sending us subscribers, whoever is sending people our way, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, so two were assigned to this case. It's not normal due to the high profile and workload. Shannon Blye is the other investigator. I thought we were going to hear from Shannon Blye, but no, we heard from Andrew Bournheft. Okay, so let's see what else. So she observed Carlos in court, and if not, then she was watching via Zoom. Then they show photos of Carlos from May 5th while he's being arraigned. That was his first court appearance. There's a glass window separating them. Then they show a photo of May 22nd of them in court, June 6th of them in court, July 24th of them in court. And all of those, Carlos has like scraggly hair and in his face, and he just looks completely out of it. Then there's another photograph of him January 5th and then February 26th. Now, the January 5th, his hair's long, but it's combed. You know, it looks kept. And then February 26th, his hair is cut. So this is after his meds. His meds kicked in, I think, in August. I think that's when, after the court order, I can go back and check, but I'm pretty sure it was like July to August. I think that's when they kicked in. Or that's when they started them. Whether or not they kicked in, you know, takes time. An attorney usually goes to meet a client by themselves, but this time he asked the investigators to join him, and this was Mr. Hutchinson. They wanted to see if Carlos responded more to a female versus male, and they wanted to get a reaction or some kind of interaction because she spoke Spanish. So then they met in the jail interview room. There was a correction officer. He was posted outside. She's not sure why, because Carlos was not on watch at that point in time. Carlos walked in. He was very stiff with his arms to his side. She said he was kind of robotic. But once inside the room, Carlos didn't make eye contact, and he stood with no movement until he was asked to sit. Just like we saw when he was getting processed, right? He just literally was just standing there. Just so bizarre, so catatonic, right? Once he sat, he was still very stiff. He couldn't move. His lips were chapped. and his lips were peeling. I mean, again, if this guy is like acting or pretending to be something, I don't know. I don't know how you can be that engaged. I just don't see him. I don't. Something's going on with him. I don't see him acting. Even though he's accepting commands, sure, he's taking commands. He's asking, or he's. Oh, thank you, Kate. Thank you so much. And look at that, Florida PI Sam. You got a membership. Whoop whoop. Very cool. Very cool. Paul Youngs, DNB. Brenda's a regular. Good job. Thank you, Kate. That is awesome. Good one. Let's see. So then they weighed Carlos yesterday, which would have been the 28th, and he weighed 172 pounds. So when he was 108 at one point, 108, basically last year, it was July, no, it was 2023, sorry. Yeah, so 2 years ago, he was 108 pounds. All right, so then Cross gets up. You didn't take the screenshots of the videos that were shown. Was either in court or she was watching a live video. Carlos was not being held up, or he wasn't in a wheelchair during court hearings. And here's where I'm getting Hannibal Lecter, something being wheeled in. He certainly was no Taylor Shabusiness with the spit guard and or that judge jumper. They had that guy in a spit guard too. He definitely was not them. Let's see. He always came. He left under his own power. Let's see. And then Andrew Bournheft. He's also an investigator. He was last on the stand. He's the one that found and downloaded Carlos's YouTube channel, and we watched a 2-minute and 20-second clip called "Welcome to the Savage Family," and it was Carlos in high school with his buddies. And boy, is he just a completely different person. Just night and day, just completely different. I don't see how he's faking this. I mean, I know some of you are like challenging that he's making this up or he's faking it or something. I don't know, man. I don't see how you can. I don't know. I just don't see. I'm not seeing that. Something's going on with him. Something happened, Let's see. Lily Wayne, looking forward to Saturday. Putting faces with names will be great. Well, Lily, I think you know some of these people, right? Let's see. You know Broken Baker. I don't know if you know Broken Baker. Joe Schmo. If you've watched our Lori Daybell coverage, Joe Schmo, we do streams with him. Trial Junkies United. She's got a fantastic channel. PI Sam. She's got a fantastic channel. Definitely go check either one of them out. Nick Starro, he's got a great channel. You can go check him out. True Crime Addict, she's got a fantastic channel. She's been on a show before. And then we have Dr. Rachel and Therapist they've both been on channels. And of course, Recovery Addict, Scott from Recovery Addict. So everybody, and Sneaky Side, she's got a channel too. Literally everybody that's going to be on has a channel. I just realized that. So hopefully you guys will all subscribe to all those channels if you're not already subscribed. But when you guys show up, we'll definitely be talking about those creators. But that just dawned on me. Every single person has a channel. So there you go. Lily Wayne, the judge jumper was amazing. How he got so much height and seeing him in court fully in restraints. I know, right? Pulls out the lurkers. What is that way? Oh, you don't recognize any of the names who got the gifts. Oh, no, that's true. It's very rare. Somehow Fala. Oh, yeah. Mods don't have a channel. That's true. Not yet. I'm just going to leave it at that. After talking, our Dr. Rachel, per her, it's extremely hard to keep psychosis for a long term. Thank you, Fala. Brenda saying, Kate, thank you for the gift. All right. Deanna says, I think he's mentally ill, but I think he knew right from wrong. I want to see experts. He says it here and there. He will say, do you know what you did was wrong? And he'll say yes. So I don't know. Does that, I guess he kind of knows, or is he just following, take off your shirt, turn to the left, turn to the right. Do you know right from wrong? You know what I'm saying? Ruby, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Fantastic. Thank you. Appreciate that, Ruby. You're a fantastic addition to our channel. Thank you so much. Welcome to the family, Ruby. OnlyFans saying thank you. As Deanna. Sorry, I keep saying Deanna. Sorry about that. Deanna. All right. So it's lunchtime now. I do have a few things I need to do. So they're going to break until... When do they break? They break until 4:30. All right. So I'm also going to take a break. I've got a few things to do during my lunch hour. You're used to it. Sorry. No. I'll get it right. Deanna. I'll get it right. Deanna. Yes, 1:30 your time, 4:30 our time. So we have an hour and 15 minutes. You're going to go back and listen. I'm going back to listen to Lori. I'm going back to This Morning Lori, I guess. Sounds good, Lily Wayne? Yeah, don't forget tomorrow morning and Friday morning we're going to do our continuing deep dive on Lori, and then we'll jump back in on Carlos. This was actually a pretty interesting day. As much as that video was like, actually, I thought it was pretty interesting seeing him interact. And then I thought Hutchinson playing the high school video. I thought that was pretty good. That was very impactful. All right, Florida PI Sam, you have a great day. Thank you so much for popping in and coming on and seeing the private investigator in this trial. I've never seen that before, so I immediately thought of you and thought you would get a kick out of seeing that. So. Definitely, yep, guys, come back and watch us on Saturday. Florida PI Sam will be joining us. I believe I have you at 3 o'clock. Yes, Florida PI Sam is at 3. That's 3 Eastern. All right, so for now, I'm going to sign off, put some music on for you guys, and hopefully you will enjoy. Let me start in here. And we'll see you in about an hour.
palpitar, de palpitar. Mi amor es franco y fiel, no tiene fronteras y no maldad. Mi amor es franco y fiel, no tiene fronteras y no maldad. El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está. El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está. Mi amor es franco y fiel, no tiene fronteras y no maldad. Mi amor es franco y fiel, no tiene fronteras y no maldad. El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está. El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está.
de tu cuerpo. Volamos juntos cuando estamos juntos. ¿Para qué, mi amor? Somos el amor, el mundo se paró. Solo esta pasión. Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo y no me importa nada.
Trying, I thought you meant well, but you savage as hell. Telling me things we both know you regret. The hill should've told me about her before you sucked me in. You thought we could be cool for the summer.
Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Aquí, mi amor, somos el amor, el mundo se paró. Solo esta pasión. Me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo y no me importa nada. Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Somos el amor, el mundo se paró. Solo esta pasión.
There's nothing left to get back home to, so take the first bus in the station. Everywhere is nowhere to lost souls. Let's get lost by intention, where the world has protection, where the waves hit the sand. Naked bodies in the sun, scattered lips, arms and pebbles, sinking slowly as the mud at the bottom of the ocean. We're all light and emotion, drifting without a sound. Me and Mary and I walk into her room, through lonely streets at night under blood cherry moon, till we hit the ground. Lay upon a shallow part of the dreams, late in the morning, smell of coffee and of silent fiends slowly are morphing. The recollections of drowning in each other's arms. Me and Mary and I walk into her room, through those lonely streets at night under blood cherry moon, till we hit the
All right, welcome back. And I found something because I want to always honor the victims as well. So I found this. Thought this might be interesting to watch. Hold on. Hope everybody had a good lunch break. Thank you to all of our new members, or new subscribers, I should say. We're at 6951, so thank you everybody coming in. Let's check this out.
Time, the community of Davis rocked by violence.
Now, hold on, let me just do something real quick. Okay.
In a week's time, the community of Davis rocked by violence.
3 innocent people stabbed, 2 losing their lives. And police say there's only one man to blame.
Mr. Dominguez? Yes. Is that your true name?
Yes. Tonight, the accused serial killer and his stark past in the spotlight.
As the healing and heartache continues, and memories of the lives lost take center stage.
getting answers. The CBS 13 News at 10 starts right now.
And for the first time tonight, we're hearing from Kimberlee Guillory, the only victim to survive the stabbing attacks.
But first, we want to start with an emotional memorial. This second victim remembered tonight, not for the tragic way he died, but for the beautiful life he lived. CBS 13's Ashley Sharp was at the memorial, filled with family and friends of college student Karim Abou Najm, who was just weeks away from graduating. Ashley?
Yeah, that's right. Where I'm standing is where Karim's life was taken as he was riding his bike down this path to get home. Here sits the memorial that has only grown. Messages of love left behind, candles even still burning tonight. But it was a few blocks away on the campus of UC Davis where that celebration of life took place this afternoon.
A brilliant mind and a kind soul. Karim, the gift and the gifted. He is, not was, our special gift.
Family of Karim Abou Najm spoke before hundreds Friday, remembering a life well lived, not the final moments of one cut short at the hands of a man they call a monster.
We will not give the pleasure to the evil to bask on how they appended our lives and shattered our hearts. I will focus on the goodness of humanity and the community and the friends.
Those friends, even strangers to Karim, spilled out of the International Center Friday, sharing in both the sorrow and the joy.
Emotional, and many emotions.
Karim will always be in our hearts.
A passion for life and knowledge defined the 2 decades Karim spent in pursuit of it all. Just weeks shy of his graduation when he died.
He was the epitome of what a UC Davis student is.
Students refusing to let darkness win. An accused killer who for a time was a classmate among them.
Despite any evil that comes and tries to diminish the good that's in the life of Karim and in the life of all of us, that we are here still standing strong.
One message resounds from a family in mourning.
Everyone, take it from a devastated father. Don't take love for granted. I want you to pick your phone and call your parents or your loved ones and tell them that you love them.
A challenge to spread love in the name of Karim. And Karim's family says his legacy is now cemented in a scholarship fund at UC Davis that as of today has now surpassed $50,000. His family says that's meant to support undergraduate students who are researching there on campus so that they can finish the work that Karim had only just started. We have a link posted on our website, cbs13.com, if you'd like to donate.
Yeah, they are definitely honoring him tonight. Ashley, thank you for that.
So that was a memorial service for Karim. Very, very sweet. Hey, Squeege. Oh, Squeege, listen to me. Dwayne, where I was at, that person portaled us over here. Oh, well, fantastic. Well, thank you for that. I'm guessing that would, I'm not sure where you were, but we are grateful for you being portaled over here. Fantastic to see you again, Dwayne. Always good to see you in our chat. We'll be picking up from, they're coming out of lunch soon. So you have a few minutes to take a comfort break, get yourself a drink, go grab some food if you want. Okay, I gotcha. Thank you for that, Dwayne. I will definitely say thank you to him. Thank you for coming over, and for those that are coming over and you're watching us for the first time, welcome, welcome. Grab yourself a seat. We are continuing our coverage of California versus Carlos Dominguez. For those that are not familiar with the trial, Carlos is, well, he's already admitted to stabbing David and Karim. They're gone. Then he stabbed Kimberlee, and she survived. So this all happened in 2023. April 27th and April 29th were David and Karim, respectively. David was known as the compassion guy. He would stand on a street corner and he would ask people, what does compassion mean to you? And then he wrote a book and he traveled around the country talking about that. They even set up a compassion bench for him. He was still alive when they did that. Let's see if I have do I have a picture of it? Is this where? So there's the compassion bench that they created while he was still alive. He was still a part of that. He was still alive when they did that, and they made that out of made that out of sand and mud. But underneath, it's chicken wire, and underneath that is plastic containers, and they stuffed the plastic containers full of more plastic. So they recycled, which I thought was really cool. So they recycled a bunch of plastic bottles and plastic, and they made the compassion bench. So that gives you a little insight as to what we're covering if you're new to the trial. And Kimberlee, she survived. She was unhoused at the time of the attack, but she has since raised a GoFundMe. I think she raised about $60,000, and she got herself a house. She's in a home. She was unhoused because of her daughter. Her daughter had cancer. Kate, yes, the compassion video yesterday. I didn't know that about him. Yes. Yeah, here, let me read you. We still have a few minutes, Kate. Let me read you a little backstory on. So David was a Stanford University graduate who became well known and a beloved figure in Davis for his mission to spread compassion. For over a decade, he sat at the corner of 3rd and C Streets asking people, what is your definition of compassion? He recorded over 10,000 responses in a notebook and published a book titled Compassion, a compilation of concepts on compassion. The city recognized his work by dedicating a compassion bench to him in 2013, which is that. It was at this bench. He was at the. I was going to say something. He was not deleted on this bench. He was at another bench. Now, in the wake of his death, though, the area was renamed Compassion Corner. His sister Marie Breaux has continued his legacy, promoting compassion and healing through public events and media. Now, Kate, here's another thing. Here, since you're somewhat new to this trial, I think, here, check this out. So it's hard to think about it. David Henry Breaux, 95, which meant he graduated Stanford in 95, was a serene, forgiving, often unhoused man, cherished by the community. He elevated with a single-minded dedication to compassion. On April 27th, he was stabbed on a park bench where he often slept. It was the first of 3 outdoor stabbings in a week that shook the city of Davis, California, claiming the life of Breaux, UC Davis student Karim Abou Najm, and wounding 64-year-old Kimberlee Guillory while she was sleeping. Breaux was an urban studies major, appearing in Centennial Gaieties, and worked at Stanford Sierra Camp. After graduation, he made the finals of a screenwriting contest, but did not pursue a career in the field. In Davis, Breaux was known as the compassion guy. For the past 14 years, he stood on a downtown corner and asked passerbys to write their definition of compassion in his notebook. In 2011, he turned their answers into a book. 2 years later, he inspired the city to build a compassion bench, and shortly after that, he went on a compassion tour funded by the Davis community. Breaux's journey to become the compassion guy began in 2008 when he was experiencing depression after the end of a relationship. Heeding religion scholar Karen Armstrong's call for a charter of compassion, he gave away his car and most possessions and moved from Oakland to Davis to live with a friend. He couch surfed, stayed in friends' spare rooms, became homeless, and declined offers of housing until shortly before his passing, when he was getting ready to move into a local shelter. His sister Maria, who testified, we saw her, she was day one, witness one. She calls him the sweetest, most gentle, most chill person I knew. He was also forgiving. Breaux, now here's where it gets really interesting. Breaux's father physically abused him, Maria, and their mother, who had schizophrenia. Breaux wrote in a post on Medium in 2016. So his mom had schizophrenia. Yet when his father was in poor health and asked Breaux to come home to Duarte, California to take care of him, he did. Also in 2016, he wrote a telling message to Maria. If I am ever harmed and unable to speak for myself, forgive the perpetrator and help others to forgive that person. Maria says she will carry on his legacy by doing exactly that. I think that's just absolutely amazing. So that's David. Yes, Jamie, we played a couple of his videos. Let's see. I don't have time to play them now, but yeah, we played some before. David has a huge amount of videos on YouTube. Yes. Yeah, we played some week 1 and 2. I know I played some during then. Maybe at the end of today's session, we can play some more. I'll play another one of his videos. Yeah, he seems like a really cool dude. Really, really nice guy. And Davis, all of Davis is like, it's like Nirvana or something, or Eden. No, you don't have, no worries, Jamie. It's all good. I appreciate you, you saying, alerting me again. No need to apologize. JWD, how is Polly doing with her babies? Not born yet. She must be so tired and want them out. She's definitely tired. She's inside. She's definitely tired. She's entering her 9th week. Tomorrow will be entering her 9th week, so she's going to be any day now. Any day now. All right, looks like we've got some action going on. I just saw the camera move. Hey, Hellcat, how are you? Good to see you. Saying hi to Dwayne. Dwayne. No, you're Canadian. You have to apologize. Sorry for apologizing. It's all good, Jamie. We appreciate you. All right, looks like we're back. I'll see you guys on the other side.
Okay, let's go on the record. The people of the state of California versus Carlos Dominguez. Afternoon session, Wednesday, May 28th, case 23-1391. Defense case. And Mr. Hutchinson, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, the defense calls Shana Blye.
Okay, Ms. Blye, good afternoon. You've seen the routine. Thank you.
You do solemnly swear that testimony about to give the cause not to be put in court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You can be seated. State the first and last name for the record. Let's call them both.
Shana Blye, S-H-A-N-A. N-N-A-B-L-Y.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct.
Ms. Blye, what do you do for a living?
I'm Chief Investigator with the Yolo County Public Defender's Office.
And how long have you been the Chief Investigator for the Yolo County Public Defender's Office?
Between 4 and 5 years.
How long have you been an investigator with the Public Defender's Office?
Just under 25.
And in your role as the Chief Investigator, do you supervise the other investigators?
I do.
And do you assign the cases?
Yes.
Are you one of the investigators assigned to the case of Carlos Dominguez?
I am.
Are there 2 investigators assigned to this case?
Yes, myself and Sonia Roacha.
Why did you assign 2 investigators to this case?
I felt early on that this case was going to have quite a bit of work and it would be too much for one person, so I assigned 2. In addition, there was some need for Spanish.
I'd like to direct your attention to the date of June 15th, 2023. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Did you accompany myself and Ms. Roacha to Yolo County Jail?
Yes.
And prior to that date, had you gone to the Yolo County Jail to visit Mr. Dominguez?
I had not.
Is it the normal practice for investigators to go, or do attorneys generally go on their own?
Attorneys generally go on their own, but sometimes an investigator will go out if it's needed.
Now, at this time, were there any COVID restrictions limiting the number of people who could visit a client in jail?
There were.
When the 3 of us went, were we even certain whether you or Ms. Roacha would be permitted back?
No.
Were all 3 of us permitted back?
Yeah, the jail let all 3 of us back.
Did you meet with Mr. Dominguez?
I did.
Where did we meet with him?
We met in one of the interview rooms off of the main pods, A and B. I don't remember which side.
Did you have an opportunity to see Mr. Dominguez when he walked up to the interview room?
I did.
Section 352 cumulative.
We're getting there, Mr. Hutchinson.
I only asked one question.
Right, but I'm familiar with this time frame. So anyway, I'm going to allow it.
They cross-examined Ms. Roacha extensively about it.
That's fine. Overruled.
Describe how he walked.
Carlos Dominguez walked very stiff for our meeting.
I'm sorry?
For our meeting.
When he sat down, what, if anything, did you observe about his physical appearance?
He was stiff in his chair. His hair was hanging in front of his face. He was malodorous. His lips were severely chapped with vertical lines.
What do you mean by severely chapped?
Just really dry with pieces of skin hanging that could have been pulled that were just left. He did not lick them or mess with it at all.
You said he was malodorous. What do you mean by malodorous?
He smelled very unclean.
Did he have a significant body odor?
Yes.
Describe how he communicated verbally during this meeting.
He was verbal, but I would say he wasn't conversational. He answered direct questions, but there was no give and take.
At some point, did you make a statement to Mr. Dominguez about you contacting UC Davis?
I did.
What did you tell him?
I told Mr. Dominguez that I had been in contact with UC Davis and I was attempting to get his student records. I was trying to fill him in on what had been done and build a little rapport to show him that we were working on his case.
When you mentioned that you were contacting UC Davis, did he respond at that point?
He did.
What did he say?
He asked.
What did you say? Circumstantial evidence, state of mind.
Not offered for the truth. Go ahead.
He asked for a laptop.
Did he explain why he wanted a laptop?
Yes, he said that he was missing class and was falling behind.
Now this is on June 15th?
Yes.
Did anyone advise Mr. Dominguez at that point about his status at UC Davis?
Yes, we advised him. I don't remember if it was myself or you.
And what did we tell him?
He was told he was no longer a student with UC Davis.
How did he respond to that?
He responded by asking for a telephone number to call the campus.
When he asked for the telephone number, what did you tell him?
I told him that reaching out to the university was not a good idea, and I gave him some further information that he wouldn't be able to get anywhere by reaching out to the university because his files had been administratively locked by the university.
Other than this brief moment we started asking about UC Davis, how were his other responses throughout the interview?
Minimal.
Did Ms. Roacha try to speak to him in Spanish?
She did.
Did you notice any different response when she tried to speak with him in Spanish?
I didn't notice a change between English and Spanish.
Now, as an investigator, do you often have to rely on information provided by clients to conduct investigation?
Yes.
Is that often a starting point of our investigation?
Often it is, yes.
Prior to Mr. Dominguez returning from the Tascadero State Hospital, did you and Ms. Roacha conduct substantial investigation in this case?
We conducted
in total.
Yes, we did some investigation.
Was any of that investigation based on information provided by Mr. Dominguez?
None of it.
I'd like to direct your attention to May 13th of 2024. At that point in May, had Mr. Dominguez returned from Tascadero State Hospital?
Yes, he was back by then.
On that date, did I ask you to accompany me anywhere?
Yes.
Where did we go?
We went to Sycamore Park in Davis.
Okay. And where specifically in Sycamore Park did we go to? Which part?
We went to the tree line that's just north of the bike path leading to the bridge over the highway.
And what were we looking for?
We were looking for a face-like image that had been carved or picked into a tree.
Objection, foundation, all figures.
So you were looking for some sort of, you said like a face-like picture that had either been carved or picked into a tree?
That's what we were looking for, yes.
And did you find a tree that appeared to have a carving in it?
Yes.
And where was that tree located?
It was in the same tree line we were looking on in the northwest quadrant, closer to the bridge than to the street.
How far was this tree in relation to the bridge crossing the highway?
2 trees over.
Did you take photographs of this either carving or picking as you described?
I did.
And prior to the hearing this afternoon, did I show you defense exhibit NN containing 4 photographs?
You did.
And are those the photographs you took on May 13th, 2024?
They are.
Permission to publish them?
You showed it to her. Okay, granted.
Now, it's kind of dark on the screen, but is this one of the photographs you took?
It is.
And looking at it, did it appear to you that someone could see a face in this carving?
It's possible, yes.
So I'm pointing right here with the cursor. Are there some markings in the photos that appear that they could be eyes?
Possibly, yes.
And is there a portion that indicates or suggests could be viewed as a nose?
Yes.
And is there an opening, a deeper opening, that could be viewed as a mouth?
Yeah.
Bleeding.
Can we,
Okay.
darken it?
Answer stricken.
Can we close the window?
Yeah, we can close the blinds. Sure. Yeah, that's all right. You just have to ask non-leading questions: who, what, when, where, how, what do you see, that kind of thing.
Do you have the pointer up there, Ms. Blye?
Yeah. Okay. Test it out.
Okay.
Ms. Blye, did you see portions in these photos that could be viewed as a face?
I did.
Okay. Using the pointer, point to the features that you believe could be viewed as a face.
The space up to the top of the picture had some indents that could be seen as eyes with some bridging in the middle, and then this middle, or this lower section possibly could be seen as a mouth.
I'm showing, this is photo 1. I'm going to photo 2. Is this taken from a different angle?
A better angle, yes.
Okay. And can you point to what the features that could be viewed as a face?
Possible eyes to the top with a nose-like look in the middle and the mouth to the lower end.
And showing you photo 3, is that another photo that you took?
It is. It's from a distance.
Is it from the profile?
Yes.
Can you still see the features that could be viewed as a face?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 4, or photo 4, what does that show?
That is further back, straight on, of the same spot in the same tree.
Did you look over the tree to see if there were any other parts of the tree that had a similar feature, such that it could be a natural occurring phenomenon or whatever?
Yeah, I went 360 degrees around the tree, and that was the only spot on the tree that looked like that.
What did it look like had been done to that spot of the tree?
It looked like the tree could possibly have been picked at or carved in some way. It was not the full bark piece right there. It was more exposed than the other areas of the tree.
And that, now, did you return to, I'd like to direct your attention to almost a year later, March 27th, 2025. Did you return to Sycamore Park?
I did.
And what was the purpose of going to Sycamore Park on March 27th of 2025?
The purpose of that trip was to take pictures of the park and cross the bike bridge that goes over the highway to get pictures of the bike path on the other side of the highway that goes parallel to Crystal Grove.
Now, ma'am, in this trial, we saw Defense Exhibit C, some photos that were shown to Justin Schaefer, and Defense Exhibit AA, some photos that were shown to Hannah Cheney. Did you take those photographs?
I took those photos.
Did you take additional photos beyond those in Exhibits C and AA?
I did.
Prior to your testimony, did I show you a flash drive marked Defense Exhibit 00?
Yes.
Okay. And are those photographs that you took on March 27th, 2025?
Yes.
And are they an accurate depiction of what you saw on that date when you took those photographs?
They are.
Before crossing the bike bridge, did you inspect the tree to see if the face was still visible?
Yes.
And could you still see it?
It was still present.
Permission to publish, Shana?
Okay.
I'm zooming in. Ma'am, the cursor here, is that where the face was still located?
Yes, same spot.
And showing you photo 2. Is that a close-up of the image?
Yes.
Ms. Blye, when you look at this image on a computer screen compared to a projector, is there any difference?
On the projection, some of the nuanced shades are lost versus seeing it in person.
And when you previously looked at it, did you look at it as I am now on a computer screen?
Yes.
Did you take pictures of the bike path on the opposite side of the pedestrian bridge?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked photo 3. What does this show?
That is the bike path that crosses 113.
And which way are you facing when you took this photograph?
That is facing to the west, so you're still at the edge of Sycamore Park, not yet on the bridge.
So is this facing west or east, this photograph?
That photograph is facing to the west.
You sure of that?
I believe so, but maybe I'm wrong.
Let's go back to, can you see the entrance this way?
Yes,
Okay.
I was wrong on the previous.
So does this has a sign right here, no dumping, no parking, no
Yes.
trespassing? So which way is this facing?
That one is facing to the east.
Back towards the park.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I understand.
Show me what's been marked as photo 4 in Defense Exhibit 00. What does this show?
That is the bike path heading to the south as you exit the overcrossing. This section runs parallel to the residential street of Crystal Grove.
Showing you a Defense Exhibit 00, photo 5. What does this show?
That's the same space.
And I'm zooming in. Do you see a bench?
Yes.
If you're walking south or riding south, is that the first bench you would come to?
It is.
Is there another bench further south?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 00, photo 6. What does this photo depict?
That is the second bench along the bike path continuing south down the street.
Now, if someone were to go beyond this bench, keep going, what routes of travel do they have available to them?
If you go beyond the bench, if you're on the bike path, it curves and goes from going south to going west, and that becomes Crystal Grove, curves into Hamilton. And then...
Let me show you another photo. Photos, Defense Exhibit 00, photos 7. What does this show?
That's the curve after the bench.
And what road is this?
That's Hamilton.
And now showing you photo 8 at Defense Exhibit 00. I'm going to zoom in. What does this show?
That's the bike path as it continues. I misstated before. I believe it's Hampton or Hamilton. I can't remember without seeing a map.
Now zooming in, you see kind of something at the very end. Some sort of overcrossing. What is that?
That is where the bike path goes under the road. I believe that section of road is Arthur.
So if a person was riding south on the bike path and decided to keep going, they could either take the road or continue on the bike path, correct?
Correct.
Now, showing you photo 9, what does this show?
That is the second bench when you're traveling south. So now if you're traveling north, it'll be the first bench that you encounter.
So which way are you facing when you took this photo?
That photo is facing north.
So if you zoom in all the way down here, is that where you see the entrance? If you keep going, that's the entrance to the overcrossing?
It is.
And showing you Photo 10, what does this show?
That is as you continue along the path north as you start to approach the bridge overcrossing again.
Now, Ms. Blye, this week did you have an occasion to return to the bike path and take some measurements?
I did.
Where did you measure from?
I measured the distance from the north edge of the second bench to the bridge overcrossing the entrance right there.
And what did you use to measure this?
I used a measuring wheel. They're often called surveyor's wheel. It's a device with a wheel that you move along and it measures the distance.
And what did you do to determine whether that measuring wheel was accurate?
I had actually purchased that measuring wheel in the morning because I wanted a digital one versus the much older one we had already had. And so I purchased it and then took my measurements and then checked it against a yardstick multiple times to make sure it was accurate.
And was it accurate?
It was.
And that older one, was that still accurate?
It was still accurate, but it predates me in the office. I just wanted to upgrade.
So, how many times did you measure?
Twice.
And the starting point was that was, you said, the north edge of the second bench?
Yes.
And where was your stopping point in photo 10? Where did you stop measuring?
Essentially the edge of that entrance. When I got flush and I could look down to my right and see, I considered myself at the entrance of the bridge and stopped there.
So using your pointer, could you kind of indicate where you stopped measuring?
Yeah. I stopped right about here.
And you're pointing kind of right to the point where the asphalt and concrete appear to connect?
Yes.
And what was the distance both times that you measured?
It was 592 feet and 10 inches.
Now, Ms. Blye, prior to your testimony, did I also show you exhibit PP that showed a map?
Yes.
What did that map depict?
It's a Google map aerial shot of the area we just talked about on those pictures.
And based on your review of the map and going to the location on at least 3 occasions, does it appear to be an accurate depiction of that area?
It does.
Thank you.
Permission, publisher.
Granted.
So, Ms. Blye, can you see Sycamore Park on this map?
I can.
And can you see the overpass?
Yes.
Approximately where was the second bench that you measured? If you can, you see my cursor? Tell me when to stop.
About right there. It was roughly across the street from the final 2 houses that face to the east on Crystal Grove Lane.
Okay, and so are you referring to which houses are you referring to?
Those 2 houses that your cursor's at right now. It's essentially kind of right along there.
So it's across the street from the last two houses that face east.
Yes.
And does this map show the bike path that a person could continue to ride on and then go through the tunnel and keep riding?
Yes, the bike path is the thinner gray line from the shot, while the roads are wider and labeled with the street names.
And it's not labeled on this map, but what street does the bike path go under, if you recall?
That's Arthur.
Ms. Blye, we heard testimony yesterday from a man named Brian Chase. Were you present for that?
I was.
Does the Public Defender's Office have an in-house digital forensics expert?
We do not.
So when we have a case that requires a digital forensics expert, what do?
We have to hire and pay for one.
To your knowledge, are there, in the 20 years you've done this type of work, are there digital forensic experts who are willing to do more than 20 hours of work and fly to California to testify for free?
No.
I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. DeMora, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon.
Now, as I explained this morning with Investigator Roacha, I'm going to sit down while I ask these questions just to the podium, so no disrespect to you.
Makes sense.
Now, when you went to the Yolo County Jail, that was on June 15th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And that was the first time that you saw Mr. Dominguez in person?
I may have gone to court at some point before that, but I don't have a memory specifically. It was the first time I'd seen him independent of court.
Okay. But probably your first interaction with him face-to-face?
Yes.
And the first time you were able to have a conversation, or at least speak to him?
Yes.
And you mentioned on direct examination that he was verbal, but he was not conversational, correct?
Yes.
And so you or Investigator Roacha or Mr. Hutchinson would ask a question and then he'd give a response to that question, correct?
That's correct.
And so with some of the questions that he was being asked, were the answers that he was giving appropriate to what was being asked?
Yes.
And so based on your observations, when you would ask a question and he gave what was an appropriate response, did it appear to you that he understood what was being asked of him?
Not all the time.
But some of the time?
Some of the time.
And this was prior to him being medicated at the jail, correct?
Yes.
Now I want to talk about photographs at the park starting with May of 2024 and looking for this tree that we just talked about. Now, when you went to the park, I think this wasn't your first time at Sycamore Park, correct?
I believe I've been out there on a prior case, but it was my first time at the park on this case.
Right. But this case aside, you were familiar with Sycamore Park, correct?
Yes.
And so when you got there, you either observed or knew that there were quite a few trees in this park.
Yes.
As you were going to look for the tree that you took pictures of, it didn't just jump out at you and you say, hey, this is the tree that I'm looking for, right?
No, because the section that we were looking for wasn't facing toward the path. But once we'd found it, it was, oh, this is it.
You say we, who are you referring to?
Myself and Mr. Hutchinson was with me.
And so, fair to say you had to look at a couple of different trees to identify which one was the specific one you were looking for.
Yes.
Now, when you found this tree, actually before that, the trees that you looked at, were there some that were missing pieces of bark on them, from what you can tell?
I don't have a specific memory of it.
But you're familiar in that park that there are animals such as squirrels, birds, probably some raccoons and skunks, things like that?
Sure.
And you know, based on not just your experience as an investigator, but your experience as just a human being, that those animals can tend to be in trees and damage bark, correct?
Sure.
Now, when you found the tree that you specifically took photographs of, it was only missing bark in that one specific area, correct?
Yes.
And when you were looking at it, you were testifying that it appeared to be a face in that bark, or a face in that tree where the bark had been removed.
It had that resemblance.
Now, when you say it had that resemblance, is that why when you were asked, are these eyes or this nose, you said possibly?
It's sort of like looking at clouds. Sometimes you can see something, sometimes you can't. And looking at that, I could see a face.
And that actually, like you were in my head there for a second, because I was going to ask you about clouds. And that being, if I say, hey, there's a face in that cloud, you may look at it and say, I guess I can see that there, that you pointed out, correct?
Sure.
But prior to it being pointed out to you, there wasn't this moment where you're like, there's a face in that tree. Is that fair to say?
No, when I saw that section of the tree, it was pretty clear that that does resemble a face.
Now, you don't know, in looking at that piece of the tree, you couldn't tell what had been used on that section of tree, meaning a knife or a chisel or a hammer or something like that, correct?
No, that wasn't clear.
And so in looking at this, fair to say you don't know how the tree became in the condition that it was at the time you observed it.
I do not.
Now, in May of 2024, about a year, are we just past a year after Mr. Dominguez was arrested, or just before?
I'm sorry, say that.
Wait, let me rephrase that. We are just at about the year mark from when Mr. Dominguez was arrested, correct?
Correct, when I took the tree pictures the first time.
And so, do you recall during, from May of 2023 through the winter of 2023 to 2024, there was a lot of wind and rain and storming during that time?
I don't remember one winter over another, I'm sorry.
What we know about the weather is all we know is going to be hot this week, right?
Yes.
So, with that, you don't know in your observations of how long the tree had been in the condition that you observed it in May of 2024, correct?
I do not.
Could have been like that prior to May of 2023, correct?
It's possible.
And it could have been like that after May of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Now, crossing over the footbridge or bike path into West Davis, along that path, and the area that you measured, you're familiar with sort of the larger bushes that are along the bike path, along the sound wall? Did you observe those?
I observed them, yeah.
And are those in substantially the same shape and size as they were in looking at photographs from 2023?
Protection Foundation.
Yeah, I think the point is, we don't know if she was there in 2023.
I can ask.
Okay, I mean, I think that's what I heard. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you look at any of the videos and photographs from taken on or about April 29th, 2023 related to the stabbing of Karim Abou Najm?
Of that specific area?
Yes.
I've seen a few of the photos related to where the bike was placed.
And in those photographs, did you see larger bushes and shrubbery?
Yes.
And when you went out more recently and took measurements as to the distance, did you see bushes that were similar to the ones in those photographs?
Yes.
And are those substantially the same size that they were in those photographs from back in April of 2023?
Similar, yes.
When you observed those, did they appear to be of a size where an item or a person could hide behind them?
I didn't make that determination when I was there.
Right. In looking at them,
outside scope.
Overall.
In looking at them, were you able to see directly through them to what was on the other side of them?
I wasn't paying that level of attention to the bushes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora.
I have one follow-up.
And go ahead.
Ms. Blye, when we went out there, were we just randomly looking at trees, or did I direct you to a specific location in the park?
You directed me to a specific location in the park on the north end.
And in that specific location that I directed you to, did we see the face?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Great. Thank you. All right, Ms. Blye, I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson.
The defense calls Dr. Stephen Weiner.
Okay. I'm going to stand up and stretch before Dr. Weiner comes in. Feel free to join me. Good afternoon, doctor. We're just taking a stretch break. I'm going to have you stand at the podium where the lawyer is adjusting it. Okay, on the record, the doctor before us, again, good afternoon. I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath to you. After you take the oath, I'm going to have you sit in the witness stand, okay? We have 2 lawyers to ask questions. All right, Mr. Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony about to give in the cause not of the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell and vote.
Stephen Weiner, MD. First name Stephen, last name Weiner, MD.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Hutchinson, direct.
Good afternoon, Dr. Weiner.
Good afternoon.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I am a board-certified psychiatrist.
And what is a psychiatrist?
A psychiatrist is a medical doctor who specializes in mental health.
And what is your educational background that you had to accomplish to become a psychiatrist?
So first I attended UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles. I double majored. I did a music performance major and a history major. After that, I did my pre-medical coursework at San Francisco State University. Then I completed 4 years of medical school. And then for my psychiatry-specific training, I did my psychiatry residency at Kaiser Permanente, Oakland.
And where did you attend medical school?
Virginia Commonwealth University.
I'm sorry, Virginia. I don't mind. I got it.
So if I understand, you were a music performance and history major, and then you went back to college to take the medical prerequisites. Is that what happened?
That's correct.
And what year did you graduate from medical school?
2019.
And after your graduation from medical school, what did you do then?
I attended psychiatry residency.
And where did you attend your psychiatry residency?
At Kaiser Permanente Oakland Medical Center.
What is a psychiatry residency? What does that mean?
So psychiatry residency is where, in essence, people that have finished medical school learn to become psychiatrists. And so unlike medical school, where the focus is more so on like book learning and being in the classroom, although there is some exposure to clinical medicine, in residency the focus is much more on, in the case of psychiatry, clinical psychiatry, seeing patients, coming up with a diagnosis, learning about specific treatments, that sort of thing.
And how long did your residency last?
4 years.
And in your residency, did you see patients who suffered from schizophrenia?
I did.
In what capacity would you see patients who suffer from schizophrenia?
In many different capacities. For example, I had rotations where I was caring for patients on inpatient units, so folks that are very ill acutely and they have to be admitted to the hospital. I also saw folks who were doing a bit better and they could be managed in the community. And so I saw those people on an outpatient basis, like in a medical office. And then I saw people kind of in between that in a program called IOP, or intensive outpatient. And this is a program that Kaiser and many other institutions have where high-risk individuals are identified, and with the goal of keeping them out of the hospital, they're seen more frequently, but still on an outpatient basis. And then finally, I did rotations in the emergency department setting where people come in acutely with, from their perspective, some sort of like severe mental condition that they want to get help with rapidly.
After you completed your residency, what positions have you held?
So after residency, I worked for the California Medical Facility, which is a prison healthcare facility associated with the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, or CDCR. And while I was at California Medical Facility, or CMF, I saw patients with schizophrenia in various settings. For instance, I worked in their version of an emergency department, so inmates who were identified as high risk and decompensating in their mental health symptoms were sent to a sort of emergency department within the prison where I would evaluate and treat them and determine whether they needed, say, a higher level of care, whether they could return to their cell, in essence. Additionally, for the past 3 years, so this started during residency, but I'm still working there, I've been a emergency psychiatrist at John George Pavilion in San Leandro, California, where I evaluate and treat folks on an emergent basis who, again, are presenting to the emergency department emergently to get help with some mental health issue, commonly schizophrenia.
This, you said it was John George
Psychiatric Hospital.
Describe what that hospital is.
So it's essentially two parts. It's an emergency department where folks can come in off the street or via ambulance for some sort of emergent mental health crisis, for instance. But it's also a hospital where those same people, if they are ill enough, can be admitted and then treated for a period of days or even weeks at times.
And you currently have a position with the University of California, Davis.
That's correct.
What position do you currently have with the University of California, Davis?
So I'm currently a forensic psychiatry fellow at UC Davis.
What is a forensic psychiatry fellow?
Maybe I'll start with just what's a forensic psychiatrist. So a forensic psychiatrist is, or forensic psychiatry rather, is a branch or specialty of psychiatry that deals primarily with the really considerable overlap of mental health questions and the law. So a forensic psychiatry fellow is, so I'll back up. A fellow is somebody who has completed residency and is getting sort of additional subspecialty training. So in this case, I did a psychiatry residency, and after that, I'm now going on to do a fellowship. The fellowship is specifically in forensic psychiatry, and it's a 1-year-long program.
Based on your experience, are you familiar with the symptoms of schizophrenia?
I am.
Are you familiar with the requirements to diagnose someone who is suffering from schizophrenia?
I am.
And can you give a rough estimate of how many patients with schizophrenia you have seen in one capacity or another over your career?
At least 400.
At this point, I'd like to offer Dr. Weiner as an expert in psychiatry and specifically schizophrenia.
Okay. All right. We have a qualified expert. Go ahead.
Dr. Weiner, how did you become involved in the case of Carlos Dominguez?
The case was, excuse me, the case was assigned to me by the program coordinator in my fellowship.
And do you know why it was assigned to you? What led you to be assigned this case?
I actually don't know exactly. The way it works is a significant part of our fellowship is involves us doing this sort of work where we're doing various forensic evaluations for Sacramento and Yolo counties, and periodically we'll be assigned such a case by our program coordinator.
Were you specifically retained by one of the parties, or were you appointed by the court?
I was court appointed.
And until this week, had you and I ever spoken in person or met in person?
We had not.
Have you ever spoken even on the telephone before this week?
Not to the best of my recollection.
So, do you recall when specifically you were appointed? Were you appointed to conduct an evaluation of Carlos Dominguez?
I was court appointed, yes.
And was that appointment Was that the result of Mr. Dominguez entering a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes.
Did you conduct an evaluation of Mr. Dominguez?
I did.
As part of your evaluation, did you review materials that were provided to you?
I did.
I'm going to discuss the materials you reviewed. We'll do it in categories. Did you review any medical records or reports from other experts?
I did, yes.
Did you review medical records from Wellpath or Yolo County Jail records?
Yes.
Did you review medical records from Atascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
Did you review a neuropsychological report from a Dr. Dale Watson, PhD?
Yes.
And ultimately, did you write a report summarizing your opinions?
I did.
And after you wrote your report, did you review a report written by a psychologist by the name of Dr. Sirintip Ree?
I did.
In addition to the medical records and reports from other experts, did you review witness statements and prior testimony from third parties who knew Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
I'm just going to go through some names and let me know if you reviewed either statements or prior testimony. Did you review a statement from Juan Carlos Reales Campos?
I did.
Did you review a statement from Mia Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review statements and a transcript of prior testimony by Kaylee Gallardo?
Yes.
Did you review statements and a transcript of prior testimony from Nathan Riego de Dios?
Yes.
Did you review witness statements and a transcript of prior testimony from Gladys Verdon?
I did.
Did you review witness statements and a transcript of prior testimony from Mark Capito?
Yes.
Did you review witness statements and a transcript of prior testimony from Philip Hahn?
Yes.
Did you review witness statements from Ava Bindus, a former instructor of Mr. Dominguez?
I did.
Did you review the medical notes and prior testimony of Amy Gutierrez from Wellpath?
Yes.
Did you review the medical notes and prior testimony of Brandy Halstead from Wellpath?
Yes.
Did you review the medical notes and transcript of prior testimony by Dr. Patricia Tyler?
Yes.
And did you also have an opportunity to watch a video of Dr. Tyler's testimony in this case?
I did.
Did you review the prior testimony of Shana Blye?
I don't know that I reviewed her testimony specifically. I read numerous reports in which she was listed as an investigator.
Did you review a partial transcript of testimony from this trial by a man named Isaac Cheeseman?
Yes.
Did you review a portion of a video where Mr. Cheeseman testified regarding a hole in a tent? Do you recall seeing that?
Not the video.
In addition, did you review body camera recordings and interview room recordings?
I did.
Did you review the body cameras of an officer by the name of Leo Gonzalez?
Yes.
Did you review the body cameras of an Officer Story?
Yes.
And were these of Mr. Dominguez's first contact with Davis Police Department?
Yes.
Did you review a body camera from a detective named Matt Muscardini taken at the scene of the contact before Mr. Dominguez was taken to the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
And did you review the video, more than 7-hour interview of Mr. Dominguez by detectives Matt Muscardini and Steve Ramos?
I did.
A few more things. Did you review a PowerPoint presentation by a man named Brian Chase?
Yes.
And were you provided last night Mr. Chase's updated PowerPoint presentation?
I was.
Did you review photos of Mr. Dominguez taken while he was in custody in court?
Yes.
And did you view a YouTube video of Mr. Dominguez when he was in high school?
I did.
In addition to those materials, were there other materials you reviewed in preparation for this evaluation?
I believe that captures the bulk of what I reviewed.
Were you also provided police reports?
Yes.
So after you were appointed, were both sides given an opportunity to present, by both sides, I mean both the defense and the prosecution, were both sides given the opportunity to present you with materials to review?
Yes.
Did both sides present you with materials to review?
Yes.
Did you review all the materials that were provided to you by both sides?
I did.
I'd like to discuss when you first met Mr. Dominguez. How many times did you meet with Mr. Dominguez in person?
I met with him a total of 4 times.
When was the first time you met Mr. Dominguez? What date?
November 19th, 2024.
And where did that meeting take place?
It took place at the Yolo County Jail, but I think I've also heard it referred to as Monroe Detention Center.
Okay, just a moment. So, do you have your report? Okay, and you've got it before you. So it's fine that you have it, and it's fine that you refer to it. We just need to know when you're referring to it. So counsel, you'll handle that.
If you need to refresh your memory, you can look at your report. On November 19th, where did you meet him within the jail? What type of room was it?
It was a non-partitioned room, so it was just an empty room with a table and 2 chairs.
Was there anyone in that room other than you and Mr. Dominguez?
There was not.
Did you meet with him a second time, sometime after November 19th?
I did.
When was the second time you met with him?
The second time was December 3rd, 2024.
And how long did you meet with him on that time?
Let me just check my notes here. It'll be just
refresh your memory?
Yes. So on December 3rd, 2024, yes. I met with him for approximately 52 minutes.
And why did you meet with him a second time after meeting him for 4 hours and 45 minutes in November?
So this case was very closely supervised by a faculty member at UC Davis who I was in continuous consultation with, and after discussing the initial interview, it seemed like the best course of action to return and ask a few follow-up questions.
And did Mr. Dominguez answer all of your questions when you met with him on November and December?
He did.
Did you meet with Mr. Dominguez a third time?
I did.
When was that?
So I'll be referring to my notes again. That was on December 17th, 2024.
And why did you meet with him a third time on my birthday?
So it was for the same reason as the second time I met with him. I was in consultation with a faculty member at UC Davis. After discussing the first 2 interviews, we thought it would be best to do one final interview to make sure, in essence, nothing was being missed.
And how long did that third interview last?
Approximately 10 minutes.
So did you just have a few specific questions you wanted to ask?
I did.
Now, did you have an occasion to meet with, after you met with Mr. Dominguez and considered all of the evidence, did you draft a report summarizing the materials you reviewed and your ultimate findings and opinions?
I did.
When was that report completed?
The date of that report is January 8th, 2025.
And Dr. Weiner, how long is that report?
133 pages.
And are many of those pages you summarizing the voluminous materials you reviewed?
Yes.
And I'm not telling you what, don't tell us what your opinion was, but at the end of that report, did you offer your opinion on the certain questions that had been presented to you?
I did.
Now, at some point after you drafted your report, did you have an occasion to meet with Mr. Dominguez a fourth time?
I did.
When did you meet with him for the fourth time?
I don't have that date written down. I believe it was at the beginning of this month.
Was it, had the trial already begun when you met with him?
Yes.
Did you meet with him on a weekday or a weekend?
A weekend.
There's a stipulation that it was May 3rd, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And how long did you meet with him on, May 3rd means we agree. How long did you meet with him on May 3rd?
Approximately 50 minutes.
I'm sorry,
50 or 15?
50.
Now, given that you had already drafted your report, why did you meet with Mr. Dominguez again?
I was presented with additional evidence.
Did someone contact you and want you to consider additional evidence?
Yes.
And who contacted you first?
The district attorney's office.
And who specifically from the district attorney's office?
I actually don't know for certain because being a fellow, I'm frequently left off of certain email chains. I find out things after they've been communicated through the program coordinator.
Were you provided a cover letter from the district attorney's office with attached materials for you to consider?
I was.
Okay. And in response to that, were you provided a cover letter from my office with additional materials to consider?
I was.
Okay. And did you consider all the materials that were provided to you, these supplemental materials? Did you consider them all?
I did.
Did you review them all?
I did.
And during that 15 minutes that you met with Mr. Dominguez, did you discuss some of the issues that was raised in these new materials?
I did.
And did anything that you reviewed change your opinion that you summarized in your report back in January?
Objection, culture, improper opinion.
No.
Now, sir, during your multiple examinations with Mr. Dominguez, did you have an opportunity to observe him?
I did.
Did you perform any testing on Mr. Dominguez?
I did.
What testing did you perform?
I performed 3 tests. I'm happy to talk about each right now.
We're going to get to that. I want to just back up. At the time you met with Mr. Dominguez, was it your understanding that he was taking antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time of your meeting in December, based on your review of records, how long had he been taking antipsychotic medication when you first met with him?
Approximately 1.5 years.
So, have you ever met with Mr. Dominguez during a time when he is not taking antipsychotic medication?
I have not.
Let's now go to the test. What tests did you perform?
So I performed 3 tests. The first test is the MoCA, or the Montreal Cognitive Assessment.
What is the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test?
It's a screening test used to screen for the presence of neurocognitive disorder, for instance, dementia, something like that.
And what were the results of that test?
The results were that he scored within the normal range.
Sir, did you perform any tests to determine whether Mr. Dominguez was malingering?
I did.
What does the term malingering mean?
So malingering means that the person that you're evaluating is consciously doing what they can to make themselves appear more ill than they really are. And so it's not specific to psychiatry, but in this case, it would mean that the person is attempting to appear more sick psychiatrically than they really are. And they're doing that with the goal or intention of obtaining some sort of gain, whether it's money or time off from work or even evasion of, basically not being held responsible for some criminal activity, something like that.
Are there specific tests that have been developed to identify patients who may be malingering?
There have.
And are these tests supported by data?
They are.
Are they considered to be reliable?
Yes.
Did you perform any tests to determine whether Mr. Dominguez was malingering?
I performed 2.
Which was the first test you performed?
The first is called the MFAST, or the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms Test. And the MFAST essentially is a structured psychological instrument used to detect if someone might be intentionally producing their symptoms as opposed to the symptoms arising organically or due to their illness. And I can go ahead and mention the results of that test.
Is there a certain result or a score that if you reach it, it indicates malingering?
It generally scores of 6, 7, 8 and above. Typically you start to worry about malingering.
Okay, so a score of 5 or below, that would not indicate malingering?
Generally, yes.
Okay. What was Mr. Dominguez's score?
It was 0.
And what does a 0 mean to you?
A 0 means that on that test specifically, it's unlikely that he was, or that any examinee is malingering symptoms.
So based on that test, was there any indication of malingering based on the results of that test?
No.
Did you perform another test to determine malingering?
I did.
What test was that?
It's called the SIRS-2, or the Structured Interview of Reported Symptoms. 2 just means the second edition of the test. And I can talk about the SIRS-2.
Yes, explain. How does that test administer?
So the SIRS-2 goes much further than the MFAST. The MFAST is kind of like the MOCA that I talked about earlier, to the extent that it's a screening test. You're looking to see if you can rule out or be less concerned of a given issue. In the case of the MOCA, it would be a neurocognitive disorder. And so if the results of that are negative, you're much less worried about there being a neurocognitive disorder. It's the same way for the MFAST. If the MFAST is, like in this case, is 0, you're much less concerned about malingering. But just in the spirit of being as thorough as possible, I went ahead and administered the SIRS-2, which, unlike the MFAST, is more designed to detect people who are malingering as opposed to people who aren't. So instead of ruling out the malingering, you're sort of ruling it in. So in psychiatry, we would say that it's a much more, the test is much more specific for malingering. As opposed to the MFAST, which is 25 items, the SIRS-2 is 172 items. It's much more detailed, many more questions.
And what are the scores? In other words, how do you score that test?
So the scoring is fairly complex to explain, and there isn't necessarily a numerical cutoff. So it's not like, above a certain score, then there's malingering.
Are there certain, what are called scales that may indicate whether a person's malingering or not?
There are.
And if a person comes across as genuine on those scales, what does that mean?
It means that on the administration of that test, of the SIRS-2, it's likely that they're responding in a genuine or non-malingering fashion.
And what were the results of Mr. Dominguez's test?
That he was what we would call a genuine responder.
Okay. So based on that results of the second test, was there any indication of malingering?
There was not.
Now, we're going to go into a little more detail on this in a little bit, but you're familiar with the positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
I am.
Are you familiar with the negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
When you met with Mr. Dominguez, did you observe any positive symptoms of schizophrenia? Hallucinations, delusions, disorganized thoughts or speech?
Not when I met with him, no.
Sir, in your opinion, can medication be very effective at controlling positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
When you met with Mr. Dominguez, did you observe any negative symptoms that were still present?
I did.
What negative symptoms did you observe?
The primary symptom that I documented in my report and that I observed was mild to moderate affective blunting, which that just means there's reduced emotional expression, reduced emotional range. In essence, the person is just not showing much emotion one way or the other.
Is it common for people who have schizophrenia to, when even after being placed on medication for extended period, can still exhibit negative symptoms?
It's quite common.
Is medication more effective at controlling positive symptoms than it is at alleviating negative symptoms?
Injection foundation.
Yes.
And sir, rigid postures, can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can be.
And sitting long periods of time without moving, can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
And can people exhibit those sort of negative symptoms even after being placed on medication?
They can.
In addition to reviewing the materials and examining Mr. Dominguez, did you, this is yes or no, did you speak with him about his past and current symptoms of mental illness?
Yes.
Did you speak with him specifically about the stabbings that he's charged with relating to David Breaux, Karim Abou Najm, and Kimberlee Guillory?
I did.
Did you discuss with him what he believed and perceived at that time?
Yes.
Did you discuss this with him in detail?
Yes.
And did you consider his statements about these stabbings, did you consider the statements in relation to the other evidence and materials that you reviewed in this case?
I did.
And sir, based on everything you reviewed and your evaluation of Mr. Dominguez, do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Dominguez currently suffers from a serious mental disease?
I do.
And what disease does he suffer from?
Schizophrenia.
And do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Dominguez suffered from schizophrenia at the time of the charged offenses in April and May of 2023?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
Also schizophrenia.
So, sir, just to clarify that question, in your opinion, was Mr. Dominguez suffering from schizophrenia in April and May of 2023?
That is my opinion.
Sir, we're going to step back and kind of address schizophrenia in more detail. We've heard from Dr. Patricia Tyler, but I'm going to ask you to go into a little more detail. What is schizophrenia?
So schizophrenia is a severe and chronic mental disorder that really significantly compromises a person's ability to think, feel, and behave. And in particular, there's a significant impairment in their ability to parse or tell the difference between what's real and what's not.
We've talked about, mentioned positive symptoms. Are hallucinations a positive symptom of schizophrenia?
They are.
What is a hallucination?
A hallucination is when someone is responding or believes they are experiencing either a sight or a sound, but it can also be a smell or a taste or a feeling, like a physical sensation, in the absence of any like visible stimuli. So, put simply, you might be in a room by yourself and yet you are hearing something that isn't there, or you're seeing something that isn't there, etc.
So a person could be in an empty room and have hallucinations of things that are there.
In the case of schizophrenia, that could arise, yes.
Can a hallucination also be a distortion of reality? In other words, you're in a room, it's not empty, there are things in the room, but based on hallucinations, your perception of those things are distorted.
So that's a slightly different but related concept.
Okay.
So that's actually called a delusional perception. And so unlike a hallucination where there's no stimuli, meaning there's no object there making sound or like that's visual for the person to look at, there actually is something there. And so the problem is not that they're sort of inventing it in their mind, it's that they're perceiving it incorrectly or delusionally. And I think we might talk about delusions next, but all that means is that they have a fixed but crucially false, wrong idea about what it is they're looking at. They're looking at, in the case of visual delusional perceptions, they're looking at something, but they're delusional about what it is they're seeing or hearing or whatever the stimuli might be.
And so we discussed hallucinations, delusional perceptions. What is a delusion?
A delusion is a fixed, false belief. It can be about anything, about oneself, about your environment, about the world. The term fixed just refers to the fact that typically, if you present evidence to the contrary to, say, challenge somebody's delusion, the delusion might not resolve right away. They may continue to believe it, and then false, obviously, because the delusion is not true.
And are disorganized speech, thoughts, and behavior, are those also considered positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, but with one exception I'd like to clarify. So if you look at the DSM, which just stands for the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, I'm going to refer to it as DSM going forward. It's how psychiatrists make diagnoses. If you look at the DSM for schizophrenia, disorganized thought isn't there, but disorganized speech and behavior are.
But do you see disorganized thoughts in patients with schizophrenia?
So the way that you might think about a disorganized thought is through interpreting their speech, and their speech frequently can be disorganized or incoherent, and you make inferences or assumptions based on their disorganized speech about the way they're thinking. Speech is sort of a proxy. We look at speech to think about the way someone might be thinking.
When you met with Mr. Dominguez after he had been on antipsychotic medication for a year and a half, do you have any difficulty communicating with you verbally?
He did not.
Now, as a psychiatrist, what signs would you look for that may indicate that a person is having hallucinations?
So this can be tricky. Frequently, people with schizophrenia are hesitant to reveal their symptoms, or they might not even be able to acknowledge them as such. So I'll just sort of caveat whatever I'm about to say with that. Now, one thing you can do is just do very close observation. Obviously, one thing you can do is ask if someone is hearing voices or seeing things that aren't there. But for the reason I just stated, sometimes that's not a successful sort of way of figuring out that information. So what you might do is simply observe them and see if they are what we would call internally preoccupied or internally stimulated. And that would be where they are, one way to think about it is, talking to themselves. So to the outside observer, they're talking to themselves, but from their perspective, they may be talking to somebody next to them or talking or conversing with a voice in their head, and that can be a clue that maybe they're having some sort of abnormal sensory experience like a hallucination.
What about staring at walls or staring off into space for an extended period? Could that be an indication that a person is experiencing a hallucination? It
could be. It could be that they are preoccupied with something that they think they're seeing on the wall that in reality isn't there. It could also simply reflect a negative symptom of schizophrenia. I'm thinking specifically of the symptom in which somebody just sort of stops engaging with the environment. They stop doing things that they enjoy. They kind of just sit in their room, for instance, and not really engage with anything. And that could manifest as just sitting there staring at the wall.
So staring at a wall, that could potentially be evidence of a positive symptom of schizophrenia, but it could also be evidence of a negative symptom. That'd be a correct statement?
Yes.
You said that people with schizophrenia are sometimes, or are often reluctant to reveal their hallucinations. How common is that?
So I don't have a percentage that I could refer to you, but it is common, it happens, and like I mentioned before, it isn't necessarily because they don't want to reveal it. That can be a reason. They may not feel comfortable revealing their symptoms, but they may also not even be able to recognize their symptoms as such. And so that could be another reason that they're not sort of describing what they're experiencing.
I'd like to turn to negative symptoms. What is a negative symptom? How is that defined?
So they're called negative because they should be there, but they're not. Just like positive symptoms shouldn't be there, but they are. So positive, frequently in psychiatry and medicine, if something's positive, it means that it's indicating a disease state. Like you can think of like a positive test. So negative symptoms is the opposite of that. It should be there, but it's not. And so there's several different positive symptoms, several different negative symptoms that we can go into if you like.
And these negative symptoms, can these be symptoms that a person did not have prior to developing schizophrenia?
Yes.
You already mentioned a flat effect. That was a negative symptom that you said Mr. Dominguez still had. Describe that in a little more detail. When you say a flat effect, what do you mean by that?
So a flat or a blunted affect means that, in essence, there's reduced emotional range. They don't outwardly show happiness, sadness, anger, nervousness, frustration. It's as if they're not experiencing any emotions, and so that would be a flat affect.
The fact that the person is not exhibiting emotions, does that mean they're not feeling emotions?
It depends. So not necessarily, although it is true that another negative symptom in schizophrenia is what we would call anhedonia, or the inability to experience joy or pleasure, or positive emotions, good emotions. And so it can be that they're experiencing emotions but simply not displaying them, but it might also be that they're suffering from yet another negative symptom, anhedonia, and so they're not experiencing, at least, any joyful or positive emotions.
What about an inability to maintain eye contact? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can be.
In terms of eye contact, what do you commonly observe with patients who suffer from schizophrenia? How does their eye contact differ from a healthy person?
So it would be that they're not very good at maintaining eye contact, but it doesn't necessarily come across like it would if somebody were nervous or shy or bashful. It's more like the significance of the social interaction is sort of lost on them, and they might just sort of stare over your shoulder or away from you altogether. But it doesn't have that flavor that it might if someone, again, were shy or even confrontational, or that they just don't want to be in the interview. It's not like that. It's a lot different.
So it's different than just someone who gets nervous and doesn't have eye contact when they're speaking to a group?
Yes.
What about concrete, simplistic thinking? Can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can.
Okay. What is concrete, simplistic thinking?
So I'll have to explain it in reference to a different kind of thinking, which would be abstract. So an abstract thinking basically means that you're able to entertain the idea of concepts, and you can imagine scenarios, and you can imagine how you might behave in like an imaginary or pretend scenario. And so the sort of classic version of this you learn in medical school is, you ask somebody, a patient, if you found a letter on the ground outside of a mailbox, what would you do? And so this is this actually tests judgment, but it's another way to test someone's ability to sort of imagine a scenario. So that would be a way to measure abstract thinking. You can also give them proverbs that have some sort of deeper meaning apart from just like the superficial story of the proverb, and then ask them what it means. A classic one is, what does it mean if you're in a glass house, don't throw stones? And so someone that can do abstract thinking might, interpret that to mean, if that we're all sort of vulnerable in some way, and so, you want to treat others with a certain level of respect. Whereas someone who has very concrete thinking isn't able to think in a way that's above just sort of the surface level of what you're telling them. And so they'll kind of be very overly focused on that you told them a glass house and stones, and they might say something kind of nonsensical about stones and glass houses that like completely misses the point of what the proverb is about.
Do people with, so you said people with schizophrenia, would they struggle in an academic class that has abstract concepts?
Yes, they would absolutely struggle in that setting.
Now, sir, what is the typical age of onset of schizophrenia for men?
So classically, it presents in late adolescence to early adulthood, 17 to 25 or so.
Sir, have you had experience with people who suffer from schizophrenia who prior to getting sick were high academic achievers? Have you seen that?
Yes.
Okay. And what can these people then, after developing schizophrenia, then have, the concrete, simplistic thinking? In other words, they can't do what they used to be able to do before.
Unfortunately, that's quite common.
So, when we talk about negative symptoms, would it be correct statement that these negative symptoms often take away from a person something they had before?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term avulsion?
Yes.
What is avulsion?
So that refers to a lack of motivation to do things, I think in the simplest way of explaining it. And so where someone, I guess to give a clinical example, a real life example, if somebody was previously high achieving, they were involved in sports, they had a big friend group, they were excelling in school, they may gradually withdraw from those activities because they no longer have an inner sense of motivation to really do much at all. It's sort of like the motivation version of anhedonia, where you just sort of start to lose the ability to experience joy or pleasure or positive feelings. It's like that, but with motivation to do things.
Can that lead to a decline in personal hygiene?
It can.
How common is it for people with schizophrenia to see a decline in personal hygiene?
It's quite common. It's one of the things we look at quite carefully when we're looking at one of the criteria of schizophrenia, which is a decline in functioning.
And so, have you had patients who, prior to developing schizophrenia, had no problems with hygiene, and then it declined once they got sick?
Yeah, I'm aware of that symptom course, yes.
What about this avulsion? Would that include an inability to care for others, care for family members, or care for a pet?
Yes, in the event that was something they were previously doing and previously motivated to do, if they stopped doing that, that could indicate that they are lacking motivation.
So I like to assume that a person has a cat, is bonded with the cat, and cares for the cat, but then after developing schizophrenia stops caring for the cat. Could that be a result of avulsion?
It could.
What about slowing of movements? Is that a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It is.
What do you mean by slowing of movements?
So it can be the case that folks that have schizophrenia, particularly more, and if their presentation is more heavy in the negative symptom sort of area, the way they walk or move can change. We already talked about one example, which is if someone just assumes a very rigid or neutral posture, not neutral but rigid, particularly if they're not moving very much. They can do this for hours at a time. But you can also see a difference in their gait or the way they walk. That can slow down. And in fact, on the sort of serious end of things, this cluster of symptoms can become even deadly in a condition known as catatonia, where they just stop moving at all.
Sir, are you familiar with the concept of how some mentally healthy people, it can be difficult to sit still for long periods of time? We fidget, move side to side. Are you familiar with that concept?
I am.
Okay. For people with schizophrenia, is there a negative symptom that many can sit motionless for extended periods of time?
You can see that, yes.
Okay. So why is it that people with schizophrenia can sit like statues, or some people with schizophrenia can sit like statues for extended periods of time, where a healthy person may find it difficult to do for even 10 minutes? What is happening in their brain that allows them to do that?
So I don't know if that specific question is known with certainty, but we do know that in schizophrenia there are numerous biochemical changes that take place in the brain that may have an effect on the way someone goes about their day, even in a very concrete way, like the way they move around, or in this case, the way they don't move around. But I don't know that there's for instance, a specific chemical that has been linked to that specific issue where they sit very still.
Let me stop you there. Okay. So, Dr. Weiner, we're going to take our afternoon break. We're going to resume your testimony in 15 minutes.
Okay.
And thank you, and we'll see you then.
Okay.
To the jury, 15-minute break. Do not discuss the substance of the case. Do not form any opinions, and do not research it. And we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you. Off the record.
All right. We wanted the expert, we got an expert. We wanted the doctor, we got a doctor. Yes, he's doing a fellowship, but this is pretty good. This is what I've been waiting for. Now we have Dr. Tyler. We've got Stephen Weiner, MD, board-certified psychiatrist. I believe Hutchinson said there are three doctors that have diagnosed Carlos. So we've seen one, now we're seeing two. All right. So before that, we had Shana Blye, who's the chief investigator for the public defender's office. Her basic deal was they went out and they found a tree that has a face on it. I don't know what they were going with. I just kept thinking of David Berkowitz and Son of Sam, and his dog was telling him to go do what he did. I don't know. So if he has a dog that can talk to him, sorry, Super Ball. If he has a dog that talks to him, then I guess Carlos has a tree that talks to him. Didn't quite get where they were going with that, but really, dude, what's up? All right, I want to get to... So on redirect, he did say, Hutchinson said, were we just randomly looking at trees, or did I direct you to a specific location? She said they were directed to a specific location on the north end, and did we see a face? Yes. So I wonder why. I wonder, did Carlos tell them that there was a face in the tree? Did Carlos say, hey, a tree's talking to me? I don't know. I wish that they had gotten more... I wish they had gotten more into that, because that just seemed really, really bizarre. All right, Stephen Weiner. Weiner, are we going with Weiner or Weiner? I forget how he pronounces it. I'll just say Dr. Stephen. He was a music and performance major, then med school. 2019, he graduated. So he's doing performance. He's doing performance art. performance dance. I can see him doing performance dance. He's seen schizophrenic patients, both in and out, but he's also seen the in-between. He has seen the emergency department as well, which is an acute case. After residency, he worked at a corrections facility. He is currently doing a forensic psychology fellowship at UC Davis. He is familiar with the symptoms. He can diagnose people. He has diagnosed at least 400 people over the years. He was qualified as a expert. Carlos was assigned to him by the program coordinator in his fellowship. He doesn't know why he was assigned, and he was court appointed. So to me, he's like the crash daddy of this trial. So defense didn't hire him, state didn't hire him. He was court appointed. We saw this in Chloe Driver too. As soon as you enter NGRI, which I'll get to in a second, he has never met, or he didn't meet Hutchinson. They didn't speak before this week. But as soon as a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity is entered, you get appointed, court appointed, and that happened in Chloe Driver as well. Let's see. He did an evaluation on Carlos. He reviewed medical records from Dr. Dale Watson. Don't know who that is. Maybe that's the third expert we're going to hear from. He reviewed medical records from the jail, from the hospital. He reviewed witness statements, prior testimony from people. Oh, I got to get a little squeak cap intro song. Yeah. Well, we're working on something. Don't worry, Zach. Maybe not that, but we're working on something I think you'll be happy with. 2 of your favorite people are involved, Zach, so that's all I'm going to say. Actually, 2 of 3 of your favorite people are involved. He reviewed witness statements and prior testimony from people that knew Carlos. So he goes through his dad, sister Kaylee, Nathan, Gladys, Mark, Philip, Ava, Amy G, Brandy H, Dr. Tyler. He watched Dr. Tyler's testimony. Let's see. He watched Isaac's video, the body cam, the interview recordings. He watched the first contact with law enforcement. Both sides presented materials to him. So both sides presented materials, and he reviewed them all. So he's not coming in as like, oh, I'm pro-defense, I'm pro-state, I'm pro-prosecution. He came in as pretty much a neutral. To me, he seemed pretty neutral. Then he says he met 4 times. He met Carlos 4 times. The first was November 19th of 2024. Now remember, Carlos, this happened in May, beginning of May, end of April of 2023. Carlos isn't dosed up until September of 2023. So this is a solid year, almost a year and a half later, that Carlos has been on medication. So he met for the first time November 19th of 2024 for 4 hours and 45 minutes. Next time he met December 3rd of 2024. That was for 52 minutes. Next time he met was December 7th. That's Hutchinson's birthday, as he tells us. Pearl Harbor Day. That was only 10 minutes. And then finally, he met January 8th, and then a report was generated, and then, he generated a report January 8th, and that was 133 pages long, and then the fourth and final time was at the beginning of the month. Zach, saving up for that membership, not quite enough. Thank you, Zach. You're funny, Zach. So May 3rd, the last time he met was they met for 50 minutes. He was provided additional evidence by the district attorney. Did that change your decision? He says no. He performed 3 tests on Carlos. And as I said earlier, Carlos had been taking meds for a year and a half at that point. So he never met Carlos when he wasn't on his psych meds, which we found out. So the first test is the Montreal Cognitive Assessment, or the MoCA, tests neural cognitive issues like dementia. He scored within the normal range. He tested for malingering and tested for the MFAS, which is the Miller Forensic. Didn't quite catch all of that. These were malingering. Okay, so it detects if someone is producing them or if they're rising organically. So meaning, I'm just sitting here saying, yeah, my leg hurts today. Does your leg really hurt? Yeah, my leg hurts. Does it really hurt? So a 6 or above would be malingering. Carlos was at 0. Wasn't even close. Next is the SIRS 2, which is a structured interview, rule out neurocognitive disorder. He says scoring is complex and there's not a numerical cutoff. He says they're more like scales, and Carlos was genuine. He was a genuine responder, and again, no evidence of malingering. Dr. Stevens says he is familiar with positive and negative symptoms of schizophrenia. He didn't see any signs of positive symptoms. He said meds can help. So he only saw negative. He didn't see any signs of positive. He only saw negative. And again, negative is those that are not there versus those that are there, which would be positive. So he observed one of the negative symptoms he observed was mild to moderate affective blunting, which is basically reduced emotional experience and range. Expression. Reduced emotional expression and range, which is basically what we're watching right now. That's what Carlos is doing. He's blunting. He has affected blunting. Rigid posture, sitting for long periods of time without moving. We're seeing that. We're seeing it now. He talked to Carlos about the stabbings. He talked about what he believed and perceived at that time and in detail. Oh, I really, really want to hear that. I cannot wait till we hear that. Because that's what this is all about. What was his state of mind at the time of these stabbings? Not now, not a year ago, not 10 years ago, but at the time that he was stabbing these people, what was his state of mind? That's the question. So he says in April and May, his opinion is Carlos suffering from schizophrenia at that time, which was April and May, as well as now. He believes he still is suffering from it. Then they talk about what is schizophrenia. Well, it's how you think, feel, and behave. It's the inability to parse what's real and what's not. He talks about an hallucination. That's seeing or hearing something that isn't there. Talks about delusion perception. Something is there, and the problem is they are perceiving it differently, which is indeed false. And they talks about straight up delusion, which is a fixed false belief about oneself or the world. Hey, the sky's red. Well, no, it's not. It's blue, and I can scientifically prove it. We can also go down many, many rabbit holes with that one. And we're not. We're just going to leave it at that. Carlos didn't have trouble communicating verbally with him, which is interesting. People don't know they're having symptoms, so you observe them, right? So they've been talking about this whole time. Hey, Carlos, you're acting like you're schizophrenic. He's like, what are you talking about? So you observe them. Conversing with anyone there is a symptom. Conversing without anyone there, that's a symptom. So if you're just like walking down the street or you're just sitting in a room, just having a conversation with yourself, that's considered a symptom. How many of us would be considered having a symptom of schizophrenia if we're just like having a conversation when nobody's there? What about having a conversation with the TV? Does yelling at the news or sports, if you're watching sports and yelling at your team or yelling at the officials, does that count? I'm asking the therapists in the chat. Paging Dr. Rachel and therapist Juno. If I yell at the TV, does that mean I have symptoms? Yelling at the news or yelling at the officials while I'm watching a sporting event, does that mean I have symptoms of schizophrenia? Staring into space or at a wall. No, see, that would be daydreaming, right? What about people that daydream? Could be they're preoccupied or that could reflect their stop engaging in life. Let's see. Negative symptom should be there, but they're not. So flat affect, reduced emotional range, sadness, anger, happiness you're not exhibiting any of those moods or emotions. Right, Joe? Sometimes I stare at the wall when I'm trying to figure out where to put my phone down, right? So let's see. Rachel says no. So if I yell at the TV for the news, or if I'm watching Karen Reed and if I yell at a certain judge or lawyer, that doesn't mean I have schizophrenic tendencies. Lily Wayne, I talked to myself out loud. I get the answers I want. That's good, Lily Wayne, because if you were getting the answers, if yourself was not giving you the right answers, then then there might be a problem. Lack of eye contact, not good at maintaining, but not like they're nervous or shy or bashful. Then he talks about concrete, simplistic thinking, test judgment. Okay, yeah, so imagine a scenario. So you test the judgment of somebody, like, or you imagine a scenario. You know, you're walking down the street, you see a $5 bill. What do you do? And then he talked about the proverb, glass house, don't throw stones. We heard that before, I think, from Dr. Tyler, or maybe somewhere else. Treat others with respect because, that's the proverb. Will struggle. Okay, yeah, they will absolutely struggle in abstract classes. So therapist, says it's a cluster of symptoms you want to watch out for. All right. Follow when a cup comes flying at your head from beside you because it sounds like you are talking about someone in particular. When a cup comes flying at your head from beside you because it sounds like you're talking about someone in particular. I don't understand that. I want to understand that. I don't understand that. All right. You will absolutely struggle in abstract classes. It comes out between 17 and 25, which we said late teens, early 20s. He was literally the poster child for the age that this came out. He's 20, 21. He's like smack dab in the middle. The doctor has seen high academic achievers develop schizophrenia. And stop caring for yourself, stop caring for others, stop caring for pets. Poor Ember. We'll pour a drink for Ember. We'll pour out a little drink for Ember tonight. Sounds like I was describing Trial TV Live by yelling at. No, that's me. I'm the one that yells at sports ball. Aaron could care less. Movement may get to the point of becoming catatonic, which we for sure are seeing that. What is it that someone can sit still and not fidget or move around? Maybe why is it? So there's not. Maybe why is it? Why is it that someone can sit still and fidget and not move around? He says it's a specific chemical in the brain that we have yet to identify. So let's see. Is Ruby still around? Yeah, Ruby's still around. I'm having emotional issues with your mom, so I have conversations about her. Oh, I see. Ruby, is she still around? I see. I gotcha. No, you said watching. Oh, and yelling. Okay, I gotcha. All right. It's hard, Father, because it's, I'm doing recaps and I'm seeing things and I'm hallucinating. I'm seeing things that aren't there. So see, Dr. Rachel and therapist, that's two symptoms I'm exhibiting. Hallucinations and yelling at the screen of sports ball. Does that mean that I should get tested? Ooh, I want to get tested. I like taking those kind of tests. Can I get tested, Dr. Rachel, therapist, I want to get tested. I think I read, and Dr. Rachel, I think you and I talked about this when you were on that one about delusions versus sacred thoughts. And now I lost my thought. Oh, yeah. That questioning the government is considered putting you on a list, putting you on a potentially you're considered. That's part of. I don't know, what is it? You're on. There's like 10 points, and questioning authority is one of them. I mean, really? How is that? Rachel B., if I am psychotic, then I am beyond repair. But you can, but it's very expensive. Ah, okay. Zach has delusions of mediocrity. Set your sights high, Zach. That's what I like about you. Put your bar up. Put that bar up high. That's not a delusion, Zach. Ooh, Rachel with the bazinga. I think it was government, but I think it might be any authority. but I'm pretty sure it was a while ago. It was like 10 years ago I read that. Have you slept? Have you eaten? I have not slept. I have eaten, and I have touched grass.
Okay, back on the record after our afternoon break, and we have Dr. Weiner on the witness stand. We're on direct examination by Attorney Hutchinson. Your witness.
Sir, you all already mentioned social withdrawal is a negative symptom of schizophrenia, correct?
Yes.
What about distrust of others?
While not strictly a criteria, it can potentially manifest as paranoia, which is adjacent to the idea of a delusion or a fixed false belief.
Describe what you mean by paranoia.
So paranoia is just broadly speaking, a mistrust of others. It can be a mistrust of a specific area or situation. It doesn't necessarily have to be with respect to a person. It can simply be an area that maybe somebody doesn't want to go around. It can be as distinct as, say, a certain room they don't want to go into. So it really comes down to a deep sense of mistrust and even fear if something happens.
Now, sir, you mentioned in terms of positive symptoms, hallucinations, delusional perceptions, delusions. Can a person with schizophrenia experience multiple positive symptoms during the same time period?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the DSM-5. What again is the DSM-5?
So the DSM stands for the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, and 5 just means it's the 5th iteration or the 5th version. The DSM-5, and technically now it's the DSM-5 TR, text review, text revision. And the DSM-5 TR is the book that psychiatrists and other mental health professionals go to when they are looking to establish a mental health diagnosis. It has criteria, it has data on a given disorder, such as the prevalence or how common it is. It has other data on it, like associated features, things like that.
What criteria does the DSM-5 require that must be met before you can diagnose someone with schizophrenia?
So there are several. I can walk through them. The first is that you need to have, the person that you're diagnosing needs to have at least 2 symptoms of schizophrenia, and they need to have those for at least 1 month. We've already talked about numerous symptoms, but I'll just sort of go through them again. There's delusions, hallucinations, disorganized speech. There's also disorganized behavior and broadly speaking, negative symptoms. And so this first sort of component of making the diagnosis, we sometimes refer to it as criterion A. Criterion A requires that you have at least 2 of these symptoms. So for example, for 1 month. So for example, you might have delusions and negative symptoms. The other part of criterion A is at least one of those 2 symptoms that you have, at least one of them has to either be delusions or hallucinations or disorganized speech. It could be 2 of them, but it has to be at least one of those.
So, given that Mr. Dominguez was on medication when you examined him, is it important to look to the past in deciding whether these criteria has been met?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so, based on your review of the materials, including statements from witnesses in the past, what symptoms, both positive and negative, did you conclude Mr. Dominguez suffered from?
Several, and if I could go back and just clarify the second part of the schizophrenia diagnosis because it pertains to this question. Okay. So the second, there's actually more than 2, but this is really important. The second part of making the diagnosis has to do with having at least 6 months of a symptomatic phase. And this can take many different forms. And so, for instance, it can be just 2 symptoms that I talked about, but in an attenuated or sort of less severe form. It could be just negative symptoms, and then along with that, you need to have some sort of like decline in functioning socially, in your work, in school, that sort of thing. So it's relevant to this question because one of the central symptoms that, in my opinion, Mr. Dominguez displayed was that classic, gradual, what's sometimes described as the prodromal phase of schizophrenia, in his case lasting, in my opinion, longer than 6 months, in which there's a gradual loss of functioning in school, socially, withdrawing from activities, that sort of thing. Again, in my opinion, predominantly reflected a negative symptom presentation, social withdrawal, the avulsion, not participating, not having the motivation to participate in activities he typically was interested in, that sort of thing. In addition, there were also positive symptoms, and I can get into some of those if you'd like as well.
Based on the witnesses who testified in this trial, and you reviewed your statements, what evidence of positive symptoms did you see?
So numerous witnesses described positive symptoms, such as Mr. Dominguez reporting to them, to the witnesses, that he was hearing things that potentially weren't there, so experiencing auditory hallucinations, which is a positive symptom. At times, there were certain witnesses that noted that he was talking to himself or responding to internal stimuli, which can be emblematic both of hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, visual hallucinations. If the person thinks somebody's sitting next to them, it can reflect, like I mentioned before, delusional perceptions where maybe there is something there, but the person falsely believes it's something else and they start talking to that object.
And hearing things, believing people are saying things when no words have been said, would that be a positive symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Could that be evidence of an auditory hallucination?
It could.
Based on all, and would it be fair to say, well, based on your review of the materials, was there evidence that Mr. Dominguez exhibited substantial negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
There was evidence of that.
And did he meet the criteria, in your opinion, for under the DSM-5 for a diagnosis of schizophrenia?
He did.
And would it be fair to say he had more symptoms than is required to diagnose someone with schizophrenia?
So I didn't include that in my report, and I don't know for certain, but again, in my opinion, he certainly met the DSM-5 TR criteria for schizophrenia.
So what causes schizophrenia?
So it's a very complicated question, and the best answer I could provide most simply is that despite decades of intensive research efforts of various sorts, we still don't know for certain.
In the psychiatric community, is there a belief that certain factors make a person more likely to develop schizophrenia?
Yes.
Okay. What about genetics? Is genetics thought to play a role?
Genetics are thought to play a role, yes.
How so?
So I can maybe briefly talk about the model that we sort of the best model we have right now for where schizophrenia comes from. Genetics play a big part of this. It's called the stress diathesis model. The idea is that individuals with schizophrenia have some sort of biological, in this case potentially genetic, predisposition. They're more likely to end up with schizophrenia because of some complex interaction between their genes and the biochemistry in their brain, that sort of thing. And in this stress diathesis model, individuals that are biologically predisposed to the illness, to schizophrenia, may then go on to experience stress in their life, typically in early childhood, but it can happen after that. And the stress can take many different forms. And the idea is that the predisposition to get schizophrenia combined with whatever stress or stressors they encounter in life can then give rise to the illness.
And so have you seen people or families where there are more than one person with schizophrenia in the family?
Yes.
But have you also seen people who develop schizophrenia and there's no known family history of schizophrenia?
Yeah, both of those things can occur.
Has there been any studies as to whether childhood trauma can affect a person's risk of developing schizophrenia?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes. So I'm not prepared to discuss any specific studies. I don't have any studies with me, but there have been studies on this topic, and in fact, in the DSM-5 TR, in the section that describes, to the best of our knowledge, where schizophrenia might come from, they list what we call adverse childhood experiences or childhood trauma as one of the potential stressors that can occur within the context of that stress diathesis model I mentioned before, in which someone that has the genetic biological predisposition can then be exposed to, in this case, a stressful or traumatic childhood event or events that then, with those two things interacting, the biological predisposition and the childhood stress, can then give rise to schizophrenia.
Sir, and this is yes or no, did you speak with Mr. Dominguez regarding the circumstances in which he was brought to the United States as a child?
Yes.
I'd like you to assume some facts. I'd like you to assume that when he was born, his father left for the United States when he was 1.5, and his mother left when he was 3, and he was raised by his grandparents in El Salvador. Also like you to assume that when his parents were in the United States, he only had contact with them by phone. Like you to assume at approximately a little over 6.5, his family hired coyotes to take him to the United States by himself, away from the only home he'd ever known. And I'd also like you to assume that he was ultimately placed in immigration detention and held by himself for an extended period of time at 6 years old. I'd like you to assume that ultimately he was reunited with his parents, who he did not recognize as his parents, given that his grandparents had raised him. I'd also like you to assume that he experienced evidence of trauma, such as wetting the bed for a period of a year, and that his grandmother, who he knew as his mother, came to the United States and stayed with him for 6 months and then left again. And I'd also like you to assume when he first met his parents, he didn't, not only did he not recognize them as his parents, he didn't trust them as his parents. Sir, would that experience, in your opinion, constitute an adverse childhood experience?
Yes.
In your opinion, could that experience be extremely traumatic for a 6-year-old child?
It could be.
Now, sir, did you also speak with Mr. Dominguez about other potential adverse childhood experiences he had in El Salvador?
I did.
Sir, can being the victim of child sexual abuse, can that be an adverse childhood experience?
It can.
Can it be an adverse child experience even if the person committing the abuse is not a family member?
Yes.
Can it be an adverse childhood experience even if the abuse occurred at a very young age, such as 5 years old?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about some other symptoms of schizophrenia. Is lack of insight a symptom of schizophrenia?
It can be.
What is lack of insight?
So, lack of insight can refer to many different things when we're talking about mental illness. At its core in psychiatry, insight is really just the ability to recognize some reality, and typically a reality that something is amiss or not quite right. And so, for instance, there's different kinds of insight. There's illness, there's illness insight, and illness insight would be the ability of someone that has a mental health disorder or diagnosis at least that they have the diagnosis or disorder, and then from there it can kind of get more layered and complex. So in the simplest way, someone might have the illness insight that they have a disorder, but maybe they don't have the insight that they need treatment or that it's not that serious. And so there's sort of different levels to insight.
Is it common for people who have schizophrenia to deny symptoms of mental illness?
I'm sorry, to deny?
Yes.
That can happen, yes.
Is it common for people with schizophrenia to deny that they suffer from a mental illness?
Yes.
Now, in reviewing the records from the jail, did you notice that Mr. Dominguez, while he was in custody of the jail, denied any symptoms of mental illness and denied any mental illness whatsoever?
I noticed that.
Does that affect your opinion as to whether he suffered from schizophrenia?
Meaning, like, is that taken at face value, or?
Yeah, I mean, he said he doesn't have a mental illness, so why are we even doing this? Why aren't you just accepting him?
I see.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so this can be a tricky area when it comes to diagnosis, particularly if you don't know a patient very well and you're just interviewing them for the first time. But having the advantage of reviewing lots and lots of records, multiple interviews, etc., then I can sort of contextualize. In this case, Mr. Dominguez having a history of denying mental illness. And in the context of what my opinion is schizophrenia, I can think about that denial as maybe reflecting a lack of, in this case, a lack of illness insight.
When you met with him, though, when he was on medication, did he deny symptoms of mental illness?
A history of it, or at the time of the evaluation?
The history of it.
He accepted that some of those symptoms had occurred, but he struggled. He accepted that some of those symptoms had occurred.
At that point, in your opinion, had he developed some amount of insight into his mental illness, at least at that point?
Yes.
And a patient developing insight into their mental illness, can that be a long process?
Yes.
What is a first break?
So in psychiatry, we sometimes use the term first break, which, by the way, isn't in the DSM. It's sort of a term of art. But it refers to generally the first time someone experiences a acute, severe episode of schizophrenia.
And when does, I guess, a first break end? When they're placed on medication or treatment? How do you define the end of the first break?
So typically you're just monitoring their symptoms over time. There isn't there's many different ways to do it. There's screening tests we can administer to sort of track their symptoms over time. But clinically, sort of in the real world, what we're looking at is functional status. So in addition to somebody's symptoms, we're looking to see how well they're getting by in the world. For instance, if somebody comes in with first break psychosis or schizophrenia and you're on an inpatient unit, then the goal might be different than if they're if you're seeing them in an office in the outpatient world. And so the way that you define improvement is in part in relation to what setting you're treating the person in, if that makes sense.
In your opinion, does a patient's potential insight, does it differ generally from someone who's experiencing a first break of schizophrenia compared to someone who's had the illness for a long time, has been on medication for an extended period of time? Is there any differences in the type of insight you generally see?
Unfortunately, it really depends. I'd like to be able to say that folks who have been on medication for a long time, that have had the illness for a long time, really have that illness insight, but it's certainly not always the case. Although what is frequently more so the case is that folks that have a first break psychosis, a first break episode of schizophrenia, frequently are lacking in insight. However, tragically, there are situations where the person suffering the first break is aware of what's going on, and they can recognize that they're on this downward trajectory. Again, I don't know which is more common, but in general, illness insight is a big problem in schizophrenia.
With people who are experiencing schizophrenia or first break, is it common to see significant weight loss or changes in eating habits?
That can happen.
Do people with schizophrenia ever engage in what is considered obsessive compulsive type behavior, like routines, repetitive things they do? Can that be seen in people with schizophrenia?
Yeah, highly repetitive behaviors can occur in folks that have schizophrenia.
What do you mean by highly repetitive behavior?
So there's a term, we call it stereotyped behavior, and this can arise in schizophrenia. We might describe it as a manifestation or a type of disorganized behavior, where someone has a sort of odd, bizarre-looking, ritualistic behavior that they do at certain times. It can be maybe a bizarre movement with their hands, something like that. It doesn't even have to be ritualistic necessarily. That would imply that there's some sort of like coherence to it, or they do it at certain times. It can be sort of from the outside appearing kind of random and meaningless.
Dr. Tyler mentioned that she'd had patients with schizophrenia who wouldn't eat food that had been opened because of the COVID. Have you ever experienced anything similar like that with your patients?
So I've heard of that happening. I don't have direct experience through direct patient care with that specific symptom, but I'm aware that that can happen.
What impact does schizophrenia have on a person's memory, someone who is experiencing symptoms of schizophrenia? How does that impact their memory?
So in general, it makes the memory worse. There's many different types of memory, and I won't go into all of them now, but suffice it to say that in schizophrenia you see deficits or problems with two types of memory in general. There's more, but in general we think of two. The first being working memory. Working memory is if somebody gives you some information to remember sort of in the short term, and you have to keep it there at the back of your mind while you do a task, and then they ask you about it later. And then there's another kind of memory, declarative memory, which is just a memory for things that have happened to you, facts, facts about your life, that sort of thing. And those two types of memories tend to suffer the worst.
Are you familiar with the term episodic memory?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So, to the best of my understanding, episodic and declarative are related.
Okay. So are they similar?
Yes.
Does schizophrenia, can it affect a person's autobiographical memory, remembering personal experiences and relationships and events in their lives?
Yes.
And can schizophrenia affect a person's retrieval, the process by which they access information stored in their memory?
Yes.
Now, once stabilized on medication, how do people with schizophrenia distinguish between what memories were hallucinations, delusions, or delusional perceptions, and what were not?
So this is a huge area of treatment focus for folks that are fortunate enough to get stabilized on meds and maybe moved into the outpatient setting. We do things like therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT. They can help folks come to understand their delusions as such, and not things that are real, but things that are false. There's something called, that's part of that, called reality testing, where you sort of gently challenge some of their delusional thoughts, and over time kind of build that illness insight specific to their, in this case, delusional thoughts. But the reality is that some people with schizophrenia don't ever retain or recover all of their ability to tell that their delusions are delusions. Some people can make very good progress, but some people continue to believe those delusions.
What is, if you know the term florid psychosis?
Yes.
What does that term mean?
So florid psychosis is another term of art, kind of like first break psychosis. It's not in the DSM, but it's widely understood to mean a period of very active or intense, debilitating, disruptive, mostly positive symptoms. So you can imagine someone talking or mumbling to themselves, not able to maintain like coherent conversation, maybe in their internal experience, and this might be less obvious on the outside, but internally they're hearing things that aren't there. They're experiencing a lot of fear and mistrust of their environment due to paranoia, that kind of thing.
Does the fact that a person with schizophrenia can complete some everyday tasks, such as selecting food at a grocery store, logging on to a computer, attending some class, turning on a cell phone, does that mean they are not in a state of florid psychosis?
Not necessarily. Florid psychosis doesn't mean you can't do anything. And again, I mentioned earlier, it's a term of art. There isn't, as far as I'm aware, some sort of like structured definition that implies or even states you can do this, you can't do that. It refers just to an acute, severe illness state of psychosis.
When a person is in an acute, severe illness state of psychosis, can they have moments when they're doing better? In other words, they have a more rational conversation, they may not be responding to stimuli at that point, and then go back to a more troubled experience. Is it constant or can it change?
It can change.
Now, like you assume a person with schizophrenia is in a state of florid psychosis, or what term phrase did you use? Acute? You said acute. I want to make sure I have the term right.
And severe.
Acute and severe mental illness. Could a person not recognize or not remember certain acts they did, and then later develop, once stabilized on medication, develop some recognition or more memory or appreciation of what they did?
Objection. It's an improper hypothetical as to assuming facts not evidence, specifically florid psychosis.
It's possible that someone that's acutely ill, that's experiencing florid psychosis, might come to understand experiences that happened in the past differently than they're understanding in that moment. Whether that's connected to memory retrieval or simply improved insight around what it was that happened is hard to say, but their understanding of events that happened in the past can change.
Did you have an opportunity to review a interrogation of Mr. Dominguez by two detectives?
I did.
Did you watch that entire recording?
I watched all, I believe it was 7 hours, yes.
Did you see evidence in that recording, which you can assume took place on May 2nd, or excuse me, May 3rd and May 4th of 2023, that Mr. Dominguez was exhibiting symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What did you see in that interview that you believe were symptoms of schizophrenia?
So there were a few symptoms that I noticed. One symptom, and I think the one that's sort of the most salient, that jumped out at me the most, was the distinct lack of emotional response to this scenario. Obviously, it's a stressful, objectively stressful scenario, but Mr. Dominguez was mostly still, even rigid. There was a distinct lack of any sort of emotional expression. Again, a severe blunting of affect. In addition, there was some evidence of positive symptoms with respect to the disorganized speech at times, where the speech output was difficult to follow.
Let me stop you there. What did you see in that video that you would describe as a disorganized speech?
So there were periods of time when he would start a phrase and then stop it and start it again and then stop it once more in a way that seemed to him potentially as like concluding the thought, but no thought had been expressed in the first place.
Did you see that type of speech throughout that interview?
There were multiple instances of that speech, yes.
Was that how Mr. Dominguez spoke when you met with him in Yoga County Jail after he'd been placed on medication?
No.
What other symptoms of schizophrenia do you recall seeing in that interview?
There was also a distinct lack of motivation. Again, if you recall, that's one of the negative symptoms that we talked about. And it's 7 hours long, and yet he didn't ask for a bathroom break. He didn't ask for food. If memory serves, the detectives, I think at least one of them, but maybe both, offered at various times to get something to eat. Hey, are you hungry? That sort of thing. And so there was sort of no, from my read of things, there was no desire on Mr. Dominguez's part to do any of that, even when prompted.
I'd like you to assume some facts. You saw during that interview that he used the name John Joas?
I saw that.
Yes or no? Did you speak, and this is a yes or no question, did you speak to Mr. Dominguez about whether he'd use that name in other circumstances?
Yeah, I did, yes.
I'd like you to assume some facts. He gave the name John Joas, but also assume that he gave his mother's name as Varla when it was really Carla. Assume that he gave his correct high school as Castlemont, but he spelled it Castlement, M-E-N-T. I'd like you to assume he gave an address of 782 Hawthorne when he really lived at 762 Hawthorne. Assume that he gave an email address that was based on the name Carlos Dominguez that was either accurate or close to accurate with some letters perhaps jumbled. Assume that he gave his correct phone number but said it wasn't working. And assume that he gave a birthday initially when contacted by police of October 10th, 1999, and then later changed it to October 10th, 2001, when his actual birthday is October 5th, 2002. Okay. I'd also like you to assume that he gave the correct name of one roommate, Phil, but then gave a name of Darren for another who was not the name of the roommate. And also assume that he initially said he did not have siblings, but then later on said that his siblings were the closest people to him. And sir, in your opinion, is that evidence of Mr. Dominguez being deceptive, trying to conceal his identity from law enforcement?
So it's my opinion that most likely, and I write about some of this in my report, that this was evidence of disorganized speech, which I'd mentioned earlier, can reflect disorganized thinking and difficulty tracking the conversation. Could have also reflected memory deficits, that sort of thing.
Did you see examples of disorganized behavior? For example, do you recall seeing the point about an hour and a half into the interview where he's been accused of 2 homicides, and he gets up and tries to walk out saying, I want to take a walk. You recall seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall seeing the point where the detective asked him, what are you thinking about, after he's been accused of 2 homicides, and he said schoolwork.
Yes.
And you can assume that throughout the interview, even when he's being accused of homicides, when the officers asked him how he was feeling, he would say good. How would you characterize that type of behavior?
As is the case sometimes in thinking about schizophrenia symptoms, it can be difficult to know, to categorize precisely whether they're negative symptoms or positive. Sometimes it's very clear, but other times less so. In this case, I think it was likely a combination of negative symptoms, primarily with respect to cognition. Folks that are suffering from florid psychosis and acute episode of schizophrenia can frankly just have trouble thinking clearly. In this case, appreciating their circumstances. It could have also, and so that would be sort of more on the negative side of things. In terms of positive symptoms, it could have also reflected both disorganized thinking as indicated by disorganized way of speaking.
And sir, if you recall, do you recall that one or both detectives telling Mr. Dominguez to, quote, look at me or look at them throughout the interview?
I do recall that.
That lack of eye contact, was Mr. Dominguez appearing to make eye contact during the interview except when he was ordered to do so?
That was actually a little bit more difficult for me to see just based off the vantage point of the video, but I could surmise that that was potentially an issue or tell that was an issue because the detectives were making those comments.
Did you notice throughout the interview that Mr. Dominguez maintained a rigid posture and really didn't move much?
Yes, as I mentioned initially, that was one of the features of the presentation that jumped out at me the most.
Sir, for most mentally healthy people, would it be difficult to sit through a 7-hour interview without moving?
Yes.
And the flat effect, you described that, you also saw that throughout the interview?
Yes.
Was there anything about the manner of questioning when the officers asked Mr. Dominguez about these homicide, the attempted homicide, that you found significant?
Yes.
What did you find significant?
I noticed that at times they would ask the questions about his potential involvement in the crimes in different ways. So there's different ways of asking these questions. I'll preface, I'm not a detective, of course, but just from my observation, I noticed that they had different ways of asking these questions. One way was to ask in a more open-ended fashion about his potential participation in the accusations and the crimes. And by open-ended, I just mean giving him a more on-ramp, if you will, to give an answer. At other times, their way they questioned was in sort of forced choice or closed-ended manner, or even where they would assume that he did do the crimes and then ask him some question about his participation in the crimes, having assumed that he did them.
Okay. So, do you see examples when he was given a forced choice question and he would answer yes or no?
Yes.
But when he was given an opportunity to not have a forced choice, to answer more fully, how would he generally respond?
He would then say that he wasn't involved in the crimes.
Do you recall that he said throughout that he didn't kill anyone or he didn't stab anyone?
Yes.
Assume that throughout this interview, these detectives, one in particular, became angry with him and started telling him, we already know you did this, we're moving past this, and told him over and over again that he did this. How could that impact a person with schizophrenia? Being repeatedly told something, that they did something, if they don't believe they did it?
Well, it's hard to know for certain. I would have to have you would have to have a very good sense of their mental status at that time with respect to their level of paranoia. And so, hypothetically, in the event that the person was experiencing a high degree of paranoia, especially with respect to the officer or the detective in question, you might have a situation where the heightened affect or the anger by the detective was worsening the paranoia. But I'm speaking hypothetically. I wouldn't be able to know for certain in this case.
Sir, I want to go back to your ultimate opinions and listen very carefully to my question. How much time during your interviews did you spend discussing with Mr. Dominguez the circumstances of the 3 offenses for which he's charged, what he believed at the time, what he perceived, what he thought? How much time did you spend discussing that with him?
Approximately 2.5 hours.
And did you ask him questions about his statements based on your review of other evidence in this case?
I did.
And did he answer your questions?
Yes.
Were there things he did not remember?
Yes.
Sir, if a person is in a state of florid psychosis and is later placed on medication, as a psychiatrist, would you expect them to remember everything that occurred during that period?
Not necessarily.
Is it common for people with schizophrenia to not really remember anything at all?
Not necessarily anything at all, but it is common for there to be problems with memory during an acute episode, and sometimes that can include a near total loss of remembering what happened, especially when they were most symptomatic.
So usually they have some memory of the events?
Some memory is usually quite limited, but I would say a total blackout would be less common.
And does it depend basically on the patient? Is it different from patient to patient?
Yes.
Sir, based on everything you reviewed and also your interview and evaluation of Mr. Dominguez and the testing you performed, do you have an opinion as to whether he was in a state of florid psychosis at the time of the charged offenses in this case?
Yeah, so it's my opinion, with reasonable medical certainty, that he was likely in what we would describe as florid psychosis.
In your opinion, during this time period of the charged offenses, was he experiencing positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
I'm sorry, during the period of the offenses?
Yes.
Yes.
And does that include hallucinations?
It does.
Does that include delusions?
Yes.
And does that include delusional perceptions?
Yes.
And sir, in your opinion, did these positive symptoms of schizophrenia affect Mr. Dominguez's perception of reality and his thought processes at the time of the charged offenses?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a stretch break. Feel free to stand up and stretch and counsel sidebar. Thank you. Off the record.
All right, let's continue on. So after that initial break, they continue on and talk about distrust of others, not strictly a criteria, but could be paranoia. Can someone exhibit multiple positive symptoms? He says yes. Then he talks about the DSM-5, talking about you need to have at least 2 symptoms for at least 1 month. And then he says Carlos exhibits a classic gradual loss of functioning, which would be school, socially withdrawing. Academically he's going down. Socially he's withdrawing. He's kind of just going. He's like I said, he's like a poster child. There were positive symptoms too. Remember, positive is showing, negative is not showing. Let's see. He described reporting hearing things, talking to himself. The witnesses. Witnesses described that he reported, meaning Carlos reported hearing things, and he was talking to himself. Remember, they said that his lips were moving, and he wasn't saying anything. So he doesn't know what causes schizophrenia, but he says it's complicated, and we just don't know for certain. It's thought that genetics do play a role. He talks about the stress diathesis model. I'm not sure if I got that right, but it's a biological predisposition and more likely to end up with schizophrenia with the interaction between genes and the brain chemicals. He says stress can trigger that. It can occur with or without a family member having it. Childhood trauma can trigger this. The DSM-5 lists adverse childhood trauma. Let's see, biological, chemical stress can act together. He talked to Carlos about coming to the U.S. As a child, and then Hutchinson goes over his whole thing. Being with his grandmother when he was like a year and a half, the whole trek across, I'm assuming Mexico to get to the U.S.
So we are in cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
And so, when it comes to psychiatry, as far as forensic psychiatry, you're in a fellowship for that currently?
Yes.
And so this is your kind of first stint in forensic psychiatry?
Sorry, first stint.
As far as, so you did a residency in psychiatry, and now you're doing forensic psychiatry, and this is kind of your first job, per se, in forensic psychiatry?
Yes, I'm in training for forensic psychiatry right now.
Understood. And given your experience level in the field, is it possible from time to time to make minor errors about different factual things related to psychiatry?
Yeah, so I would say that in medicine, psychiatry specifically, but medicine and just in life, it's always possible to make errors.
And for psychiatry, is it important to understand the effects or results of certain medications or drugs on individuals?
Is knowing how a drug can affect an individual important?
Yes.
Yes.
And so in your report, you mentioned Delta-9 THC for a moment. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes, that.
So in regards to the reference to that, you specifically, you state that Delta-9 THC is a metabolite of marijuana, correct?
Yes.
And it's not actually a metabolite, it's the active psychoactive ingredient in marijuana, correct?
It was my understanding that it's a breakdown product.
Is that something you would be able to look into?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about the field of forensic psychiatry versus clinical psychiatry. What's the difference?
So at its core, clinical psychiatry is really focused on the evaluation and treatment of a patient with a psychiatric or mental health disorder. And forensic psychiatry, in contrast, is focused primarily on the evaluation, but not the treatment piece. And specifically, it's where the court has a question that hinges on, for one example, a defendant's mental health, either at the time of a crime or presently. There's also a variety of civil matters, such as medical malpractice, disability, personal injury, where a psychiatric diagnosis can come into play. And so the court, or sometimes an attorney, will consult a forensic psychiatrist to perform an evaluation to give the court some clarity on the mental health piece.
So in clinical psychiatry, you're trying to determine what is the person's current status or current mental health needs, correct?
That's partially correct. So current mental health needs is a big part of clinical psychiatry, but frankly, it would be irresponsible and potentially malpractice to only focus on the present. You need to look into their past history. That can include doing a chart review where you look at their prior medical documentation. It includes asking the patient themselves about their prior history, and you use that information to make a informed diagnosis in the present that can then help inform treatment and help them feel better.
Right, because past things that have been happening in the past inform you what's happening in the present, correct?
They can, yes.
And the purpose of clinical psychiatry is treatment, correct?
Yes.
And forensic psychiatry is not treatment focused, correct?
Correct. It's more focused on an evaluation.
And so when you're doing forensic psychiatry, you're actually trying to diagnose mental illnesses that a person may have had at a past time and not for the purpose of treatment, correct?
That's correct. So with one sort of addition, there are many different types of forensic evaluations, and so in a criminal responsibility or sanity evaluation, the question is their mental status or mental state at the time of the offense or offenses. But there are many other types of forensic assessments where you're really trying to understand their present level of functioning or their present diagnosis.
Understood. So, the field of psychiatry is subject to some level of controversy, correct?
The field of psychiatry is subject to sorry, one more time.
It's somewhat controversial. There are some people that take exception to some of the claims in psychiatry, correct?
Yeah, I would say that like most fields, there is some level of controversy in our field, both within the field itself from psychiatrists as well as people from without.
Right. And so I want to ask you some questions about the field of psychiatry in general. For purposes of the questioning that I do today, though, I'd like you to assume that with respect to Mr. Dominguez that there's some kind of mental health issue, and none of my questions are trying to insinuate that no mental health issue is present, okay? But as far as psychiatry goes, as far as the field, we don't know how the mind is formed, correct?
I'm not sure what that question means.
Do we know how the mind is formed? Where consciousness comes from?
We don't know where consciousness comes from.
And we don't know how memory works either, right?
I don't understand the question.
Well, what are the processes in the mind that make you remember something? I mean, what chemicals change? Do you encode a memory? Do we know how memories get encoded in the brain and how they work?
We have a better understanding of how memory is encoded. That is to say, we have some understanding of it, as opposed to your prior inquiry regarding the nature of consciousness, which I would say at this point the science is pretty fuzzy on.
So we have some idea how memory works, but we don't know how it works, correct?
I would have trouble understanding the difference there.
Well, do you know what takes place in the brain to make someone remember a particular event? And what functions are taking place in the brain and what causes that?
Do I personally know?
Yes.
I couldn't personally testify to that information.
All right. And is there anyone who could testify specifically as to how memories get formed in the brain, what the specific chemical functions that are taking place in the brain that cause it are?
So it's my understanding that we have some understanding of memory formation. I wouldn't be able to testify to the granularity of that understanding, but my understanding is that we have some idea about memory formation.
Do we know exactly how personalities are formed?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
I wouldn't say that we understand precisely how personalities are formed. There are theories.
And so, as far as personality changes, we don't know that exactly either, but there are theories also, correct?
Yes.
And when it comes to how influential environment is on things like personality or even on mental diseases, there's no quantification as to how important environment is. We don't actually know with any degree of precision how important that is, correct?
If you could clarify what you mean by quantitative.
Well, do we know how much a person's environment affects their personality or mental illnesses?
We understand that it can be a significant factor, as I testified to earlier. It sounds like maybe you're looking for a number or percentage. We don't have that.
And so we don't know what the causes of mental diseases are, right? We know factors that are risk factors, but we don't know what actually causes mental diseases, correct?
So our understanding of mental disease, as I mentioned earlier, in the case of schizophrenia, is theoretical. It's based on, in the case of schizophrenia, the stress diathesis model. Part of that model looks at things like genes. It looks at things that chemicals in the brain. We've identified certain genes, there's actually many, in the instance of schizophrenia, that can contribute to someone having the predisposition to the disorder. But there isn't a way for us to say, scan someone's brain or sequence their genome where we see what all their genes are, and then know with any sort of precision, or in this case accuracy, that the person will develop schizophrenia. It at most can tell us that they may have a predisposition.
Right, and there are people with every possible predisposition for schizophrenia that never develop schizophrenia, correct?
It's possible to be at risk and yet not develop the disorder.
And there are people that have no risk factors that develop schizophrenia anyways, correct?
Yes, although actually I'd like to modify that statement a bit. Frequently you can identify some risk factors, although it's possible that someone might not have the sort of obvious risk factors in terms of the childhood stressors or sort of like the right cocktail of chemicals in their brain or the genetic factors.
And so psychology as a field is slightly different from, say, a hard science of, say, physics or mathematics or things of that nature where you can perform experiments and figure out exactly how things work.
Psychiatry?
Yes.
So psychiatry is an evidence-based field. We rely on rigorous studies to help us understand diagnoses in terms of what criteria we might include in a diagnosis. We also rely on rigorous studies to help us understand what treatments are effective for patients and what treatments might be less effective. We also rely on studies, scientific studies, to help us understand things like risk factors for certain mental diseases.
And so you mentioned stress something before. What was that?
Stress diathesis.
Can you spell diathesis?
Diathesis, it's D-I-A-T-H-E-S-I-S, diathesis.
And that's a theory, correct?
The stress diathesis model is a theory of how schizophrenia can occur.
And there are other theories as well, correct?
So the stress diathesis model is the sort of the dominant paradigm, if you will, the dominant model in our current understanding of the illness.
But there are other theories, correct?
So I wouldn't actually testify to there being other theories. Now, historically, as in the case with many other disorders in psychiatry, there have been other theories of where schizophrenia comes from, also where depression comes from, many different mental illnesses. So while there's a history of there being different mechanisms for schizophrenia, the current dominant model, the one that clinicians typically think about, and this also includes researchers, people involved in coming up with studies to study where this disease comes from, in addition to people that treat people with schizophrenia, think about the stress diathesis model.
So when you say this is the dominant model, the word dominant implies that there are other models that other people follow, right?
So I'm actually not aware specifically of the of the other models.
Right, but you're aware that they exist, right?
So I'm aware that historically they have existed and some have fallen out of fashion as we get better evidence through the studies I described earlier as to where this disease may come from.
Not all psychologists follow the stress diathesis model, correct?
I'm sorry, psychiatrists?
Psychiatrists, sorry.
I'm not personally aware of any that think that schizophrenia might come from somewhere else.
And so, I ask you, is there some substantial controversy within the profession of psychiatry about the propriety of psychological and psychiatric expert opinion in legal or forensic settings?
No, I wouldn't describe it as a substantial controversy, although certainly in the history.
Wow, they just froze. All right. That's not good. Gulp.
We have psychiatry and the history of forensic psychiatry. This has been sort of a hot topic, if you will. But thankfully in our field,
sadly, I'm not sure what's going on. It's not us, it's them. Seems like it's them.
I think is inescapable.
Just hang in there. This is coming from a website and not YouTube, so their website could be having issues. We only have like 10 minutes left to go. That's a good shot right there. All right, hang in there. All right, it is on YouTube. So let me bounce over there. All right, hold on, guys. Bear with me.
About the propriety of psychological and psychiatric expert opinion in legal or forensic settings.
No, I mechanisms for schizophrenia. The current dominant model.
All right, I have no idea where we're going to come in, so let's just see what happens here.
Involved in coming up with studies to study where this disease comes from, in addition to people that treat people with schizophrenia. Think about the stress diathesis model.
So when you say this is the dominant model, the word dominant implies that there are other models that other people follow, right?
So I'm actually not aware specifically of the of the other models.
Right, but you're aware that they exist, right?
So I'm aware that historically they have existed and some have fallen out of fashion as we get better evidence through the studies I described earlier as to where this disease may come from.
Not all psychologists follow the stress diathesis model, correct?
I'm sorry, psychiatrists?
Psychiatrists, sorry.
I'm not personally aware of any that think that schizophrenia might come from somewhere else.
And so, I ask you, is there some substantial controversy within the profession of psychiatry about the propriety of psychological and psychiatric expert opinion in legal or forensic settings?
No, I wouldn't describe it as a substantial controversy, although certainly in the history of psychiatry and the history of forensic psychiatry, this has been sort of a hot topic, if you will. But thankfully in our field over the past 30 or 40 years, there's been substantial progress in the way psychiatrists make diagnoses, the way they evaluate for conditions like malingering, that sort of thing. Overall, the field has become much more evidence-based and rigorous in the way we think about diagnosis and treatment.
So your testimony is that there's no controversy when it comes to forensic psychiatry?
So, like I had mentioned at the beginning, there's controversy, I think, practically in any field. Controversy, I think, is inescapable. There's always going to be, I think, to some extent, folks, potentially even on the fringe, but still folks that have a certain opinion about how a given field should be practiced. Forensic psychiatry, I would say, is no different in that respect, although I'll also say that I'm not aware of, as you put it, significant controversy currently in forensic psychiatry as a field.
So you're not aware of books or publications that have been written by people in the field of psychiatry criticizing forensic psychiatry?
So, as I mentioned earlier, I'm aware that historically, forensic psychiatry, really like psychiatry in general, has been through many versions or iterations, and thankfully over time we've become, as a field, much more evidence-based and scientific and rigorous in the way we diagnose and treat mental illness. And with that evolution and progress has come with a fair amount of criticism, both from within the field, from fellow psychiatrists and researchers, as well as people outside of the field.
In fact, there are some psychiatrists that don't believe that forensic psychology should be a field at all, correct?
I'm sorry, forensic psychiatry?
Yes.
So I'm not aware of folks that are currently...
Hold on. Counsel approach. Thank you. Off record.
All right, so the judge asked for a sidebar. And that came out of not aware of people who say it shouldn't be a field at all. Wow. What do you think? Is he sidestepping when he says, well, all fields, have some kind of controversy? Why wouldn't psychology? Or psychiatry? I just did what that lawyer did. Psychiatry, not psychology. Psychology, not psychiatry. Let's see. Fitz the lawyer, Newton says, I've noticed when he has nothing to work with or his back is against the wall, he goes to unearth low blows, like now about how yesterday, and yesterday about the guy's salary. Yeah, that's kind of typical. When you don't have anything, you attack the credibility or the, how much did you get paid? We hear that in every trial, as you know. Psychosaurus Rex says, a better answer would have been controversy and stigmas are not synonymous, sir. Oop, they're back.
In fact, there have been several publications by psychiatrists and psychologists about the reliability of forensic psychology, correct?
Objection, misstates testimony to psychiatrist.
Rephrase.
There have been books by both psychologists and psychiatrists criticizing the field of forensic psychiatry, correct?
Yes, historically that has happened if we're taking a 50, 60, 70 year view of the field.
And so all the problems have been worked out?
No, I think that would be an oversimplification. Like I mentioned before, no field is perfect. There's at least some degree of even just mild controversy in most, if not all fields, medicine and otherwise. So no, I wouldn't testify to there being no problems in the field to the extent that everyone agrees about everything all the time. No.
In fact, even the American Psychological Association has criticized the field of forensic psychiatry, correct?
I'm not a member of that organization. I'm not aware of whatever statement they may have made about forensic psychiatry. I think you said the American Psychological Association. Okay.
Yes. So you mentioned the DSM-5. The DSM-5 TR has evolved over the last 50 years or so, correct?
It has.
And how long has the DSM-5 TR been in existence?
So the DSM-5 was published in 2013, and the text revision occurred a few years after that. So overall, it's been a little over 10 years.
And the contents of the DSM-5 is based upon the consensus of the committee, correct?
Partially correct. So there are many committees, that sort of subcommittees, if you will, that are assigned to all the different disorders in the DSM, which is to say every psychiatric disorder. And so there's many different committees comprised of subject matter experts, some of whom are actually not clinicians, but just pure researchers that, their whole life is sort of built around researching mental health, as well as clinicians. And so subject matter experts comprised of clinicians and researchers and folks that do both.
And so the DSM-5 itself is recognizes issues with forensic psychiatry, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
The DSM-5 itself recognizes issues with the field of forensic psychology, psychiatry specifically, correct?
Could you be more specific? Which issues?
Does the DSM-5 TR have a cautionary statement about the use of psychiatry in forensic settings?
It contains a cautionary statement about using the DSM in as a forensic as a tool to make diagnoses in forensics.
I'm handing you the marked by identification for Students 97. Can you take a look at that for me, please? Can you see that?
Yes,
Is that the cautionary statement within the DSM-5?
it is.
And so it talks about the risks and limitations of the use of the DSM-5 in a forensic setting?
Yes.
Okay, let's break there. And then are we going to continue with Dr. Weiner tomorrow? We've got more cross.
Could be approached.
Scheduling, sure. Thanks. Okay, off record.
Super Bowl celebrating 7,000. Right? What do you think about that? 7,001. I got a silent meow. All right, they are off the record. I don't know if they're coming back or not. Yeah, we hit 7,000, 7,001. Man, what a day. Okay. Turn the sound back on.
Thursday, garbage day is Tuesday at my house, so it's 2 days after. And then, listen, there's I received a note indicating that one of our jurors has a birthday, right? And that's number 9. And you can always tell when the head goes down. But anyway, that's great. Thank you for your note, by the way, and happy birthday to you. And I hope you have a wonderful night. To everybody. So remember the 3-part admonition at all times. Don't form any opinions. Don't discuss the substance of this case. Don't research. And I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone. Off record.
Wow, Father, I recognize Willow Johnson just got a membership. Bite Me just got a membership. DSN just got a membership. So cool. Oh, therapist, you know. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Coming in with a 1999. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have to hit reply. Thank you. Superball says thank you too. Do you say thank you? All right. She's over there purring. Oh, they're still here. All right. Oh. Capri Law, thank you. All right, they're still here. Let me just, I'll go over here. They're still here. Thank you. Thank you, Capri. You guys are so wonderful. We have such a great community. Thank you so much. Oops. We've got so many great things planned for you guys. It's amazing. Oh, here they're back.
Ensure, and I did admonish the prosecutor to be efficient in questioning. In my view, there was excessive questioning regarding the generalities of in vague description of some sort of controversy in the forensic
community, regarding forensic evaluations in psychiatry. And I would have expected, as the court, that would have been covered in short order by presenting or questioning the witness regarding the cautionary statement in the DSM-5, which was eventually done after about 20-25 minutes. And I wanted to, what I did in admonishing the prosecution was pointed out that this was a court-appointed doctor pursuant to statute. So forensic science is the state of the law in California, passed by the California legislature. It's been on the books for decades, and the witness is a court-appointed doctor. And so, third, the prosecution has no doctor to come in and question the merits of forensic evaluations in psychiatry. So while it's fair game to ask this doctor or any doctor regarding the DSM-5 statement, I think we wasted a lot of time. And I offered that admonishment while I allowed the prosecution to do it because I want the lawyers to be at their best. And I think that was a waste of time. I think the jury was scratching their heads. Yesterday we had a similar occurrence with the examination of Brian Chase. There were 3 points the prosecution wanted to make on cross-examination. The first was that the cell tower data would be reliable to determine the phone powering off on May 2nd. The second was the location data as to Sycamore Park of the defendant's phone on the April 27th or April 28th a.m. early. And the third was that the Kamada report was accurate. That cross-examination could have been done in less than 5 minutes. It took 45 minutes or so. So I caution the prosecution. I want the trial to be done efficiently. I want the lawyers to be at their best. And I think it can be done in a more expeditious, efficient way. And so I'd like you to think about that as we go forward. And I'm mindful as a trial judge how hard the jury it has to work in doing this case and trying to hold their attention and keeping them focused on the material issues and the disputed facts in this case. And so when I see a point in time when we're off track, it's my job to try to get us back on track. So that's the admonition that I give you at this time. So we're in the defense case. You've indicated that, we agreed Dr. Weiner would finish, and then you have Dr. Vincent.
Dr. Vincent, yes, Your Honor.
Right. Is there anything else for the defense?
Tomorrow is only Dr. Vincent. I assume with finishing Dr. Weiner, she would likely take most of the day. So.
Okay. Thank you.
All
right.
I do have potential witnesses available in the afternoon.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Moore?
In terms of scheduling, Your Honor?
Or in acknowledgement of understanding the admonition that the court's given.
The prosecution understands what the court is indicating. There are two concerns. One is that people should be allowed to talk about whether this is settled science. It doesn't meet Kelly Fry standards for court testimony for scientific evidence. It's a different type of evidence. There's some level of controversy about it, and people should be able to elicit testimony about the existence of controversy. And the second point, and I think that if there's going to be these kind of sidebar discussions, that there perhaps should be the white noise played or something, because there was a louder discussion held at sidebar. It seemed to be audible throughout the courtroom, and I think it's really detrimental for the parties to be in that situation where we have to be at sidebar where jurors can hear what is being said, and that's the topic of discussion.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
One comment on witnesses. I understand the court talked about Dr. Weiner being a court-appointed expert, but I just want to bring up that he's still subject to CalPERM 226 and attacks on, or excuse me, I shouldn't say attacks,
Sure,
but
yeah. Of course, you don't have a doctor.
Sure,
You know, I mean,
understood that.
you built a case and you're challenging state-of-mind evidence by doctors here, and you don't have your own expert.
Understood, but
Right.
at least as it relates to Dr. Weiner, we're still able to bring out issues about credibility in front of the jury.
Sure,
So I
right.
just want to make that point.
I don't disagree with that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's try to be more efficient tomorrow, folks. Okay. All right. Thank you. Off the record.
Ooh, mama, that got spicy. Judge was not happy. Wow, wants them to be more efficient. Holy shnikes, that was cool. All right. That was some good stuff. All right, so that is the end for the day. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Pammy, Therapist You Know, Fala, Zach. You guys are the best. OnlyFan, I think you were in there too. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. We are at 7,003 subscribers. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, wow. Hellcat just gave us 70. Oh, Hellcat, thank you so much. I got to say that. If you are here, yes, you are. Thank you for your generous donation. Thank you so much for that. All right. All right, the judge, don't worry, I will go through what the judge said. So just hang tight. We'll go through what the judge said. All right, let's see. So let's go back. So other fact, we got just to this. So they talked about child SA. That's where that was one of the so now Carlos, they're saying Carlos potentially could have been SA'd as a child. It's the first time we're hearing that. What's going on in this trial? It's the same thing with, like, I think Monica, right? It was like slow, and then just all of a sudden it just picked up steam and just took off. That is definitely something I was not expecting to hear. So not even as a family member or at a young age, such as 5 years old. Then they talk about lack of insight, the ability to recognize some reality that something is amiss and not right. They talk about illness insight, which of course is, hey, you're not feeling well. It's common for people to deny they are suffering from an illness. They talk about first break. That's when someone experiences an acute symptom for the first time. Let's see. Memory, it makes your memory worse. Reality testing, you do that to challenge delusional thoughts. He watched the full interview and he said Carlos was exhibiting symptoms at that point in time. Most were distinct lack or response to the scenario. He was still and rigid. We saw him doing that. Like, he literally just, after he's getting swabbed in his mouth, he literally just stood there, I should say. He stood. Didn't even sit. He stood there for like 5, 6, 7 minutes, just uncomfortably long, not doing anything, not moving, just not doing anything. Severe blunting of affect. He would start a phrase, then he would stop it, then he would start again without concluding a thought. All of my notes are like, mumble, that's pretty much all he did. Carlos did not talk like that when Dr. Stephen met with him. Then they talked about the use of John Joas. He spoke to Carlos about using that name. He talked about, Varla instead of Carla. He misspelled his high school. His address was off a number. His email was not quite accurate. Talks about misspelling Phil's name, siblings. One time he says he has siblings. The next time he says he does not have siblings. So how would you characterize that behavior? He says it's likely a combination of negative and positive symptoms. They talk about the look at me, the lack of eye contact, the law enforcement. Remember, Ramos was saying that, like, look at me, John, look at me. The rigid posture throughout, that's what jumped out at him the most. Let's see. Would it be difficult to sit through a 7-hour interview without moving? Yeah, he would. I can't imagine sitting still. We talked about it live. How could you? I can't even imagine sitting still for 5 minutes. Even doing these trials, I'm getting antsy. I want to get up and walk around. I wish I could more often. He spent 2.5 hours discussing the offenses with Carlos, right? And he says he didn't remember. He said there were things he didn't remember. And I thought that from the get-go, where he's like looking at some of this video and he's like, it's as if he's like, what? Like he's just not connecting to it. And I'm thinking, he's like seeing it for the first time. He's seeing all of this played out for the first time because he just didn't know. He didn't remember. There are problems with memories, especially with an acute episode, especially during an event. So based on his review, his opinion at the time, Carlos was in forward, did I get that right, therapist and Dr. Rachel, forward psychosis? Positive symptoms during the stabbings included hallucinations and delusions. Again, I'm not justifying what he did. None of what he did was right. But he could have seen these people as these shadow figures, these monsters. How many movies have we seen where, I got to kill that person because they're the Terminator, and then like to the outside world, they're like, what are you doing? That person's a normal person. But then to the inside world, the person having that hallucination or whatever, no, I have to delete that. If I don't delete that person, they're gonna, do something, and it's going to give, all of humanity may go away. Who knows? He may have been thinking that. All right, so then Cross came in, and it was Fritz. What's his name? I want to get his name right. Vanderhoek. Fritz Vanderhoek. All right, so he was doing Cross. Fritz Vanderhoek was doing Cross. This is his first residency in forensic psychiatry. He is in training to become a forensic psychiatrist. Is it possible to make medicine? Dr. Stevens says, well, in medicine and in life, it's always possible to make errors. Yeah, of course, he's going to do that. Then he talks about the THC breakdown. He thinks it's a breakdown product. It's not a psychoactive part of it. Then he talks about the difference between clinical psychology and forensic psychology. Or was that psychiatry? I have psychology. That might have been an autocorrect. So one is the evaluation, forensic psychiatry. I'm guessing that was a typo on my part. It's the evaluation. It's not the treatment. You need to look into the past history. It would be borderline malpractice not to. Why does this all say psychology? Controversy in psychology. What? I think I've got my. Yeah, I think it keeps autocorrecting. This should all be controversy in psychiatry. All right? Psychiatry. Okay. He can't speak to where memories come from in the brain. It's possible to be at risk and not develop schizophrenia. Then he says, I'd like to modify that statement. You can identify some risk factors. This all says psychology. Dang it. So psychiatry is different from hard sciences. It's like physics. Well, he says it's an evidence-based field, and we perform studies to understand, and scientific studies to understand risk factors. He's not aware that psychiatrists think that schizophrenia comes from somewhere else. It's not a substantial controversy, but this has been a hot topic, and there has been progress. It has become more evidence-based. He's not aware of people who say it shouldn't be a field at all. Then the judge asked for a sidebar. There have been psychologists and psychiatrists who have written critical books. And then Vanderhoek says, let's see, he says, so it's all been worked out. Snark, a little bit of snark there. No, not everyone agrees. Then he talks about the American Psychological Society. Of course, the American Psychological Society has been critical of psychiatrists. I just find that's funny. It's like, of course, that's like designers being at war with programmers or something like that. I think that's really funny. The DMS has a cautionary statement about using forensic psychiatry. Okay. Then the judge admonished, talking about efficiency and asking questions, and there was excessive questioning about the DMS. So he says the witness is a court-appointed doctor, and this has been a statute in California for I don't know how many years. He got really chippy there. The state has no experts, and he thinks they've wasted a lot of time, especially with Brian Chase yesterday. The jury is scratching their heads with that one. Cross could have been done in less than 5 minutes, but it took 45 minutes. He wants the lawyers to be at their best. He wants them to think about being more efficient. When he sees them off track, he says it's his job to get them back. And then the defense says Dr. Steven is going to take a large part of tomorrow, but then he's got another doctor lined up. So, OnlyFan, if you're listening, you asked how many experts, so we've got another doctor. So we heard there were going to be 3 doctors. We've heard 2 so far. Dr. Tyler and Dr. Weiner, and now we're going to hear from Dr. Vincent. So we will get our third doctor, along with 2 other, social workers, mental health professionals. And then he asked the state, do you understand the admonishment? And the state's like, well, the people should be allowed to talk about this. And if there's going to be these sidebars, then white noise should be played. And it seems to be audible throughout the courtroom. So I guess they were getting a little heated there. Newton, if you're still around, did you hear them actually talking in one of these sidebars? Then the judge says, okay, all right, anything else? State says court-appointed experts. He's still subject to attack. The judge says that's true, but he says you still you don't have a doctor, so stop it. So the state said we should be able to bring up credibility issues. Actually, that's when he said he did not disagree with that. He said yes, that is fine. That I'll allow, but he just wants them to be more efficient. So. All right, Newton, did you hear? He said the state wants to have white noise. Did you actually hear them? Was there a moment of you can actually hear them? Did they get heated during the sidebar? File the prosecution dissing mental health field. Yeah, for sure. Golden Girl, the defense hasn't been all that efficient either. Sexoro Capri saying, I bet that's an exciting state to practice between there and Ohio. Oh, okay. So Psychosaurus, you got licensed in Florida. Very cool. Deanna says they said they talked about it, but did not share hardly anything about his time with him. Yeah. No, I was looking forward to that as well. Because, they really teased that where they said he talked to him for 2.5 hours about his mental state while he was doing these things. I was really hoping that, well, maybe we still have tomorrow, Deanna. So I'm hoping that he gets more into that. Newton, yes. Hold on, I got to open this up. Hold on. Yeah, I heard everything, and Josh was going on about to stay and like how this has been factored into the whole country's legislature. Wow. And they shouldn't unearth or say that is theoretical. Wow. When this has been practiced and factual for years. Wow. Interesting. Good one. Thank you. Thank you for that. Very cool. Yeah, just when you think, this trial is like slogging along, and then all of a sudden, we made it through that video, and all of a sudden, these experts have been pretty interesting, I think. And Deanna, I spent 2.5 hours discussing the offenses with Carlos. I mean, that's what I want to hear. That's what this is all about. What were you thinking? What were you experiencing? Do you remember what you were doing? He kind of teased it, right? He said his memory, he doesn't remember. So maybe that's as much as we get. He spent 2.5 hours asking him, and maybe that's all we get is that Carlos is like, I don't remember. That could be all we get. I don't know. So, all right. With that, we are going to wrap it up. Thank you guys so much for getting us to 7,005 subscribers. That is fantastic. I'm so happy. Thank you guys for the gifted memberships. Thank you for the Venmo payments. Thank you just for super chats and everything like that. You guys are fantastic. We got more from Newton. Let's see. Newton says, also the defense talked about the question of SA, but didn't harp on it right after, which would lead me to believe that when Carlos takes the stand, he will probably talk about it that happened between 6 and 7 years old. Oh, that's just terrible. Absolutely terrible. It doesn't justify what he did, but that's just really hate when that happens. Hate when you hear about that. So, all right. So don't forget, tomorrow we will be picking back up at 12:15, and then also don't forget we have Lori Daybell. We have more Lori Daybell. We're doing a little deep dive on her. We're going to start that at 11:30 tomorrow. And then we have a new show that we're going to be launching on Monday called Dead Serious. So if you go to our channel, you can check that out. That's going to be with Dr. Rachel and Therapist You Know. So check that out. Then we have our year-end or our 1-year anniversary stream, and Dr. Rachel and Therapist You Know will be on that, and we will be talking about the new show. So definitely, we have a lot planned for you guys. We have so much more in the hopper. We have Polly about to give birth. We'll definitely record those moments, and we'll record that over time. I'm working on a project for myself that will be. I want to get working on. I am working on it, but I need to finish some other projects before I can fully focus on that. So we've got a lot planned for you guys, both for members and for non-members. So don't worry, there's going to be plenty for everybody. So. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mod squad. Thank you to chat. Thank you. We're at 7,006. Every time I look over, we gain a sub or two. So keep putting the word out. You guys are fantastic. Whatever you guys are doing, this is great. Have a wonderful evening, everybody. Again, thank you for your support. Thank you for your eyeballs. Make a comment. If you want to, just go into the comments and just say, hey, anything you guys want to say, we do answer them. And we got some really great things lined up for you. Tomorrow's going to be Lori Daybell at 11:30, and then we'll bounce over to continuing coverage of California versus Carlos Dominguez. So with that, as always, I will leave you with Super Bowl.
Go to Joe.
Oh.
Joe, I keep texting you.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Joe, he's going live at 8.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, Joe is going live at 8, you guys. Awesome. All right, we have Aaron set up a.
No, I didn't.
Oh, we have to set up a redirect for Joe.
Hold on.
All right, Aaron's going to set up a redirect for Joe. So Joe's going on. Our good friend Joe Schmo is going on. He's going to talk about Lori Daybell's newest filings. So Aaron's he's going live in 5 minutes. So we're going to portal you guys over there. We'll do a little raid.
Give me a second.
And
tomorrow is 9 o'clock, not 11.
Oh, tomorrow's 9 o'clock. Okay, I've got my times all off. Oh, 5:30 is 11:30. Okay, sorry, my times are all off here. So tomorrow is 9 o'clock for Lori Vallow. Tomorrow's going to be 9 o'clock, and then we're going to portal you guys over to Joe. Let's do a raid on Joe Schmo. He's going to be talking about Lori Vallow Daybell's newest filings. Are we ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll see you guys over at Joe. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you over at Joe. Let's do a raid. Let's raid Joe.